Ball wrap-up show featuring a recap of today's Tennessee baseball game, including final statistics, the selection of the player of the game, and exclusive interviews with
they did to collectively pick this team up.
Yeah, and that's the mentality going forward now. And it's like it's crazy that you're essentially 3 wins away from holding the big trophy.
Yeah.
And you had all this adversity happen to you. So you're not there yet. There's so much more work to do. But for me, as an analyst and as a guy that's been so privileged to get to watch this team play as much as we have and get to talk about them on the radio with you or through TexAgs or whatever, it's hard for me not to go, this, whatever happens, I'm good with. Because I know what the ultimate goal is in that locker room and in that clubhouse. But considering everything that's happened to this club over the last 14 days, whatever happens, this team has laid it all on the line for this university and for their teammates. And in the end, that's all you can ask for.
And because both you and I commented, we saw 2 teams today that didn't seem to have that chip on the shoulder in Kentucky and Florida State. And, yes, they were up against the wall. Yes, they would have to win the games today and then, win more games. Kentucky would have had to play tonight. That is just so hard. But they had that opportunity right in front of it, and I didn't see what I'm seeing from basically a shorthanded or jumbled up A&M team.
It's almost like the last 3 teams standing have that chip on their shoulder, don't they?
Well, for sure. And there's some people calling, with A&M with these injuries and they keep winning games. It's like, are they a team of destiny? And I don't like that term because every team still left standing. You're going to tell me that Florida, the last team in the field, doesn't feel like a team of destiny now?
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
You're going to tell me that Tennessee, who has just run through everybody all year, they don't feel like a team of destiny, like their fan base doesn't feel that way? So everybody that's still playing here has that feel, So I don't know that this A&M team is a team of destiny. What I do know is it's a team of really tough guys that love each other and will fight for the name on the front of their jersey as well as the back.
Before we get to Schloss and our Wells Fargo warm-up, we didn't get a chance to talk to you. He got a chance to watch it. The performance of Ryan Prager. Everybody wondering, how is he going to bounce back? How about magnificently?
Scotty, best pitching performance in Texas A&M history, given the circumstance, given that it got them to a point which the program has never been to, given the point that we haven't seen anybody carry a no-hitter at the College World Series that long since like 1961. I think, that's how you look at it. You can go down and you can break down why it was good, but the historical context is up to this point, and he may have another one. I hope he does, or I hope Justin Lampkin has a bigger one today. But up to this point, I think he just surpassed Nathan Detmer from 2 years ago against Notre Dame as the best, biggest, most important pitching performance in Texas Aggie baseball history.
Well, and I also think that we really weren't surprised because we had seen him bounce back after Florida. We had seen him bounce back earlier. He is a guy that pitches like this game was taken from him for a whole year where he didn't get to do what he wanted to, the thing that he loved. And you figure right after COVID took it from him. There's a bunch of guys that have had this game interrupted in a big way on all 3 of the teams that are left. But for him to have it taken away from him last year, to get on the plane and fly out to Stanford, to be around his brothers, he pitches like a guy that has joy. And I thought the comments in the interview with Max Wiener after the game...
It's sensational.
Yeah, it was, because it was perfect. It was exactly what you expected to give Prager as a coach going to the mound and to get back from the coach. And that's why it was fabulous, but it was wonderful to see somebody who's had this game taken away, because even though people talk about this is not the same surgery that it used to be and people come back at such a high rate, there are still guys that never come back after you have that surgery, and they never get to have a day like Ryan Prager had, and he was masterful at it.
This is one of my favorite comments from after that game. They're in the team room, and both he and Josh Stewart are finishing up their day, their exercises that they're going to do with their arms. And Josh was outstanding, right? He hadn't pitched this entire postseason, but Ryan went up to Josh and said, "You don't like shutouts?" Again, how playful can you be, right?
Tough.
Isn't that something? But Josh was outstanding because he hadn't pitched this entire postseason, came in and a couple of moments that he was just absolutely huge, and he was the only one who had to come out of that bullpen on Monday.
To Scotty's point about Max Weiner, when you watch that post-game interview and then you just understand the job that he's done with the macro on the pitching staff and the micro. We see it on the macro with the dominate the zone mentality and what the numbers have bore out that this club, this pitching staff has bought fully into that, every guy, right? That's the macro. On the micro, look at what he's done with Brad Rudis and Josh Stewart and Chris Cortez. Look, Mark Weaver, to me, because he raised a national championship trophy, is the coach of the year on the A&M campus. But right on his heels has to be Max Weiner. The job that he has done to turn a staff around that set a school record for walks a year ago by a large margin, the job he's done to turn them around is remarkable. That guy, it's hard when you talk to him to believe that he's 29, 30 years old.
Correct.
Right? He seems like he's 45, 50, that he's been around this game for decades and decades. He's going to be a head coach in his future. No question about it. I wrote this week that it's going to be really cool whenever he starts, continues to climb the ladder in this game, that we are going to get to say, man, we remember that guy started with us in college baseball, and we got to watch him grow and blossom into this elite head coach. And I think rightfully so now, he's starting to get the recognition he deserves nationally. And I'll say it again, if he doesn't win National Assistant Coach of the Year, they need to quit giving the thing out.
I agree.
No question.
They should have given it to Michael Early 2 years ago because he did a lot of the same thing with the hitters. I mean, that's part of the staff is everybody, the synergy of them all coming together. And
because of what Nolan Cain has done, whenever Braden Montgomery gets injured or Shane Sadeo gets injured or Jace Lavalette pulls up with a hamstring, you're trotting out guys that are professional players off the bench.
Yeah, because they're still professional players and unfortunately didn't get to come and be on the roster here to play.
Sure.
I mean, there are guys that are here. The good thing is they're here, but they're not getting an opportunity that they could be on this field this week and not be a significant drop off. So I'm excited about the game because I think that you're one game away from having the matchup with Tennessee that everybody thought could happen here. But you talk about the talent level of Florida and Tennessee and A&M. With all due respect to, there's some great players on Florida State and Kentucky. The three most talented teams this year are still the three teams that are standing here right now.
I would agree.
Two of them had the seasons that matched their talent level. One of them got hot, and their talent level came through.
Well, and the one that I thought coming into the field that was just beyond that is standing out there talking about their season ending in Florida State. In terms of their overall raw talent on the roster. So, yeah, it's a good point, Scotty. I think when you just look at the talent on the roster, the professional talent on each roster, when you saw the Omaha field was set and you were ranking them, I think these would be the top three.
I agree. Florida, to me, has that Ole Miss feel.
Absolutely.
2 years ago.
They've got perhaps one of the best players in college baseball history at first base.
Yeah.
And what he's done. And, it looks like a brilliant move by Kevin O'Sullivan to lead him off and kind of shake things up with their lineup.
Yep. And
I think it'll be one of the storylines of today and even potentially tomorrow if Florida wins tonight is because this isn't an elimination game for A&M, can you be a little bit more aggressive with Caglione to try to get him out? Whereas if this was a win or go home situation, you could be a lot more careful, I think. So, lineups. Let's see. What do we got?
I've already killed the lead.
Right fielder.
The right fielder for the Texas A&M Aggies is Jace Lavalette.
Okay.
So ready? Here's the same lineup.
Yeah.
Grahovac. Yeah. Grahovac's going to be at third. Okay. Here you go.
What did I send you the other day? Was there any doubt? And
about Superman?
That Superman was going to jump up and catch that. Guess what? Superman's trotting out to right field again.
Well, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on Jace, how he's moving around. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of cameras on him in the pregame. But, and look, you got to give full credit to Kaylee Swain and the training staff.
Yeah. I agree.
This is, if he plays and, just them getting him ready to play, where he felt comfortable enough and told Coach Schlossnagel, hey, I can go in right field. And you can maintain, you don't have to make any big changes with your lineup. You looked up in the seventh inning against Kentucky in a 1-0 game in the College World Series. You had Gavin Grahovic playing left field, which he hasn't done since summer ball in high school.
Yeah.
You had Caden Kent playing third base, which I don't think he played an inning of there at all this year. Maybe early in one of those midweek games where they got Gavin out. Maybe Caden played a couple of innings at third. You had Jack Bell, who's been very limited in his time playing second base. And then Caden Sorrell goes over to right field, which he hasn't played since that weekend in Arlington.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like in a 1-0 game of the College World Series, and they won.
And you close that game out.
You won.
With that lineup, absolutely. Our Pepsi starting lineup will be a little bit later on. But next, it's our Wells Fargo warm-up with Jim Schlossnagel. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification all along the Texas A&M Sports Network. Pitching matchup is the left-hander Justin Lampkin, the right-hander Liam Peterson for Florida. It's the same matchup that we had in the first meeting between these two, late Saturday, early Sunday between the Aggies and the Florida Gators in a game won by Texas A&M 3-2. For Florida, it's another elimination game. For the Aggies, they are 2-0. When we come back to our pregame show, it's Jim Schlossnagel in our Wells Fargo warm-up. Just to give you the timing for tonight, 6:55 is the aim for the first pitch. As Bronny mentioned earlier, Tennessee eliminates Florida State. Tennessee heading to the College World Series Finals. That will begin on Saturday. They go 3-0 through their bracket. Schloss next with our Wells Fargo warm-up. This is Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
Technology, capability, and the confidence to see you through. And that's why we say Ford is the best in Texas.
This is Ryan Swope fighting Texas A&M class of 13. Now that I'm not catching footballs, I'm playing golf at the golf club at Texas A&M. The golf club at Texas A&M is an 18-hole championship golf course located in the shadows of Kyle Field. The club offers discounted rates to students, faculty, and staff of Texas A&M, as well as several membership options. To learn more, visit golfclubtamu.com or call the club at 979-845-1723. Thanks and gig 'em. The golf club at Texas A&M is a proud corporate partner of Texas A&M Athletics.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
On game day, there's nothing better than yelling for the Aggies at the plate with a Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cold, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea for the 12th man. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Each patient is unique. That's why our team of cardiovascular experts is committed to healing every kind of heart. St. Joseph Health is the region's first accredited chest pain center. From heart failure to arrhythmias and cardiovascular surgery. For hearts that love, care, comfort, and heal, we treat them all. Learn more at st-joseph.org/cardiology.
Aggie Baseball continues. It's our chance to talk with Jim Schlossnagel. It's our Wells Fargo warm-up. The Aggies and the Florida Gators once again. Whole lot of questions for you. One, who's starting for you today?
Yeah, young Justin Lampkin, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Good left-hander.
Not a bad left-hander.
Jim, interesting. You've been through this before, waiting for a team. You're scouting who the opponent is. You had a lot of options, didn't you, coming into this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of gone as planned right now. We knew we wanted to throw Lampkin short in the first game, and so that we could possibly get him back as the third game starter if it was the right amount of rest, given we don't have Sadeo. We knew we were playing somebody we've already played before, right? So Kentucky or Florida One team we've only played one time this year. The other one we've played four. This is the fifth time. 3 times during the regular season, once here. So that there wasn't a whole lot of work to do other than just watch the game and see who they were going to pitch and move forward from there.
Last time you played a team that had to play twice, that was Louisiana, but in a regional, Stanford had won twice, right? So you've been on both sides of this, haven't you?
Unfortunately, I've been on the wrong side of this in Omaha, so sure would like to break that today or tomorrow, but preferably today. But I think Florida's got a great team. They had a good win earlier today. They didn't have to use Jack Neely, which it's a huge deal. I'm sure he'll be a part of the game, as more than likely Cortez will be a part of the game. So it'll come down to who gets 2 out hits and limits free bases, just like every other baseball game.
That's why Josh Stewart was so important, following up that outstanding start by Prager, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was important. It was important for Josh to get out there and get experience. He's ready to go to help us tonight, but also saved Ashenbeck, even though we got him up. We didn't have to pitch him, so Evan should be able to go a fair amount tonight.
Update on Jace.
Feeling better. Going to move around, going to hit. He'll play. Just a matter of whether he plays the field or not, and we may not know that till we get out on the field and he gets to run around a little bit. So we'll see, but he'll be in the lineup.
You talked about this in the postgame, the versatility. You talked about ability, right? Availability, and I know versatility isn't an ability, but it is an ability, and that was evident in the win over Kentucky.
Yeah, it really was. For Caden, Caden's value to be able to play multiple position. We've talked about that all year. We've had Grohovic. Grovic's played some outfield in his career, and we've had him take balls there. We had him take them there on our practice day here because we knew, we weren't bringing an extra outfielder, so he would have to run out there, or Ken or Targach, or maybe Jack Bell took some balls out there too. But I think Grohovic is the easiest one to put out there, and he did a great. He didn't catch any balls, but he had a couple good jumps on some balls. We were playing him. That one ball became a double, where if Sorrell was over there, he wouldn't. But it's only because we were playing him. We were playing him more towards the line since the wind was blowing across the field, so balls wouldn't. Balls were going to blow to him. Anything that was to his right was going to be blown into the seats. So we just kind of kept it so that the ball would come to him a little bit more, and that kept him from keeping that single to a single, and it ended up being a double.
Now I'm kind of hoping Shane Sadeo was healthy so we could see Shane in the outfield. You said he might be your best one.
Yeah, I thought about him. I thought about him in that inning because had he been available, I'm almost positive Lavalette would have got that last at bat. I would have put Shane in that spot. We would have had 8 more spots for that to come up. Bell made the last out and Shane's a really good outfielder, and we have him take balls in left field all year for this situation, something like that, where we need an extra body in the outfield, or if I ever wanted to pitch him, take him out. I've done that 2 times in my career, where you have the pitcher, you have him in the game, you want to take him out maybe to face maybe you bring in Brock Peary, but the next guy's left-handed, or the next guy's a better matchup. I've done it in a regional, and always it's super helpful to have an athletic pitcher like that can go out and do some other things.
When it comes to the 27-man roster, and it's 13 position and 14 pitchers, are you able to change that at any point over the course? It's set in stone for once you arrive? Yeah,
it's set in stone once you arrive. You're allowed to bring extra players, which we budget for a certain number. Couldn't bring them all, which really stinks. Jet Johnston, guys like that we think are a big part of the future of the program. Brett Antolik, Tab Tracy, there's several guys Brady Sullivan, guys that we think are going to be good players for us. But yeah, it's one of the stinky things about the NCAA. We talk about student athlete experience, but then when it comes to the coolest moments of the year, we limit it to a certain number.
As always, thank you so much, Jim.
All right, thanks, Andrew.
Jim Schlossnagle, head coach, Texas A&M. That's our Wells Fargo warm-up. Pepsi starting lineups next. It's Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
Tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
The The Ranch Harley-Davidson in College Station is your go-to headquarters for anything and everything you need Harley, including riding gear for kids. The Ranch also offers Riding Academy New Rider course that teaches you the skills you need to ride. The Ranch is a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Check out the Ranch Harley-Davidson on Facebook. Visit the website at theranchhd.com or call 690-1669 for all upcoming events. That's the Ranch Harley-Davidson, Highway 6, South College Station.
No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on an Aggie win. Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of Texas A&M Athletics, serving Aggie Nation with rich and smooth blends, crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the Texas A&M family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better way than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Aw, shucks, the game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Our pregame show continues, and it's time for our Pepsi starting lineups, and we begin with the Fighting Texas Aggies. Leading off, Gavin Grahovac, he will play third base. Batting second, Jace Laviolette in right. That answers all your questions. Jackson Appel will bat third. He is the catcher. Batting cleanup is the designated hitter, Hayden Schott. Batting fifth is the first baseman, Ted Burton. Batting sixth in left field, Caden Sorrell. Batting seventh, the shortstop, Ali Camarillo. Batting eighth is the second baseman, Caden Kent. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Travis Chestnut. Grahovac, Laviolette, and Appel with Schott, Burton, and Sorrell in the middle, and Camarillo, Kent, and Chestnut. 7, 8, and 9. For the Florida Gators, Jack Caglione is going to lead off. This is a lineup that Kevin O'Sullivan used in the 15-4 win over Kentucky. Caglione leads off. He's at first base. Cade Curlin bats second, playing second. Batting third, the left fielder, Tyler Shelnut. In the cleanup spot, Kobe Shelton. He's the shortstop. The catcher, Luke Heyman, bats fifth. Batting sixth is Ashton Wilson. You'll remember in the game against the Aggies on Saturday night, Sunday morning, Wilson was batting third in the lineup. They moved him down to number 6. Dale Thomas is the third baseman, batting seventh. Brody Dene bats eighth. He is the designated hitter. And in center field, Michael Robertson bats ninth. Those are your Pepsi starting lineups. Pepsi Zero Sugar, zero never tasted so good. We will come back, set up for our 6:55 start, and preview our podcast that we will play for you. But first, we step aside. This is Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
The Ranch Harley-Davidson in College Station is your go-to headquarters for anything and everything you need Harley, including riding gear for kids. The Ranch also offers Riding Academy New Rider course that teaches you the skills you need to ride. The Ranch is a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Check out the Ranch Harley-Davidson on Facebook. Visit the website at theranchhd.com or call 690-1669 for all upcoming events. That's the Ranch Harley-Davidson, Highway 6, South College Station.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day. Offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
On game day, there's nothing better than yelling for the Aggies at the plate with a Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cold, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea for the 12th man. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Aggie baseball continues. We're about 40 minutes from our St. Joseph Health first pitch between Texas A&M and Florida. The Aggies 2-0 here in the College World Series. Florida 2-1 after beating Kentucky earlier today. That game was not played last night because of weather. Moved to 10 this morning. Florida outlasted Kentucky in that one, earning the right to take on the Aggies. And again, that first pitch will come your way about 6:55. Until then, please enjoy our Best of Around the Diamond podcast with Will Johnson. You will hear from Jace LaViolette. Whole lot of fun. We've done this all season long. Till we come back for our first pitch, enjoy the Best of Around the Diamond.
On the Texas A&M Sports Network, this is Studio 12.
College World Series weekend is here, and we welcome you to the Friday edition of Studio 12. So what we're going to do for you today is we're going to bring you a bit of a best of edition of some of our favorite moments from this spring's Around the Diamond podcast on our Studio 12 podcast. So we picked 4 of our favorite interviews and pulled some parts of that. And we're going to bring you some of that again and hope you enjoy getting to hear from some of these guys before they take the field. We're going to start it off with a guy who unfortunately will not take the field tomorrow. That is Braden Montgomery, but what an amazing season for him that came to an end last weekend in the Super Regionals, but he is going to be very highly selected in the Major League Draft coming up shortly and just made an incredible impact in his one season in Aggieland. So we will begin this look back, talking to hear some of our favorite memories from the Around the Diamond podcast. Here is Braden Montgomery.
Stanford transfer Braden Montgomery, and so good to have you. I say that here on the podcast, good to have you, but good to have you in Aggieland, and welcome, I guess, to the podcast for the first time.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm super stoked to be here.
You know, if you're a highly recruited guy and you go to Stanford, there's expectations placed on you. After the freshman year you had at Stanford, more expectations placed on you. Now you transfer. It seems each year you enter, more expectations are placed on you. How have you handled all that? How do you handle just the way you've been perceived with the excitement coming down here to A&M?
Yeah, I've just kind of kept things into perspective. I think all the accolades and all the pressure are kind of on the outside. So you can't sink a boat unless you let the water get in. And so I haven't really paid much attention to it. Just kind of, I do what I enjoy, and I just show up to the field every day and try to get a little bit better. So that's all I've been focusing on.
And Braden, we have heard so much about how tight this group is. Do you feel that, and how does that translate in the course of a season?
Yeah, it's a super tight group. It's awesome to see, and I mean it's awesome to see it, especially coming from a place that we won a lot, and so I know what it takes to win and the type of guys you have to have and the type of relationships you have to have, and so it's great to see that these guys are close with each other, not just when we're at the field, but the guys want to spend a bunch of time with each other away from the field and just do everything. And so it's awesome. And I think that will create a lot of fun on the field and will create a lot of wins.
It might not be the reason why you win, but it's a big contributing factor, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. If you're just playing with guys you're not comfortable with or not even willing to sacrifice something for, then it's not gonna pan out. So
you mentioned you come from a place you won a lot. You were in the College World Series 2 straight years with Stanford. Well, one of those years the Aggies were with you. Last year you knocked the Aggies out in your run to Omaha. I think I've talked to Andrew about it. That regional at Stanford last year, I mean, the home runs that were flying out of the yard, the stadium there is tree-lined in the background. I thought you guys were going to knock a few down. You and Targach and Jace LaViolette. I mean, just now that you come to A&M, how much of a topic of conversation has that Stanford regional from last year been amongst you guys?
Yeah, it's been a lot, but it's also it's given me something to kind of hold over the guys' heads so they can't they can't really say anything to me. So whenever anybody gets us talking smack, I've got the ultimate, just the ultimate put down. So
scoreboard, huh?
Yeah.
I have to tell you, during that regional, Tar hits his homer. I get a text, and it says, Tar's ball just landed in College Station. You hit yours, same person, same text. Braden's just landed in College Station as well. That's the competitiveness. You are not shying away. Will brought up the expectations. You're not shying away. We're at the baseball banquet, and you said national championship. It dovetails right with Schloss, right? He's not afraid to talk about Omaha. That's the goal, right? There's no dream too big, is there?
No, not at all. And the more we talk about it, the more we normalize it, and the more we're just kind of speaking it into existence and making sure everyone knows the expectation. And the more you kind of keep that in the front of your mind, the more your decisions each day are going to revolve around that and doing whatever you can to get there. So,
and that's the key, right? It can't be, we got to get to Omaha. These are the steps we have to take. And that's what this group reminds me of. Hey, we're going to do our job. And this will come, but only if we do this, and this. I think fans love to dream big. They don't like the details, right? But the details matter, don't they?
Yeah, the details are everything. The details are what differentiates us from every other team that has enough talent to win a national title. There's a handful of teams that all have the ability to do so, but the attention to detail in your training and your arm care and your practices is going to be what differentiates the team that's going to be hoisting the trophy at the end of the year.
Prior to coming to A&M, you actually were teammates with an Aggie this summer in Jace Lavalette. You guys had the honor of wearing the red, white, and blue Team USA. Jace, we saw him play so well as a freshman here last year, but this summer, who's the player and the guy you got to know in Jace Lavalette, who you'll now share an outfield with?
Yeah, he's just a goofy guy, man. It was just kind of the first impression guy. Just enjoys laughing, enjoys having a good time at the field, away from the field, everything. So that was kind of the guy I got to know and the guy I got to hang out with. Him and I hung out with Charlie Condon a lot, so that was
Georgia.
That was a good group of guys. Yeah, good group of guys.
Braden, how much does being the two-way player help you in the all-around game? Like, how much do you really feel for a pitcher when you're in the outfield? How much do you feel for your fielders and appreciate them on the mound? And how much does understanding dominating the zone under Max Wiener help you then as a hitter when you kind of reverse the jobs that you have?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I've found myself talking to Max quite a few times just about hitting strategy and kind of what he's trying to do and what he's trying to have his pitchers do in certain counts, or the percentages of strikes and 0-2 count or stuff like that. So I really have a strengthened strategy on what my goal is going up to the plate and what I need to be looking for or doing in certain counts. And then it also kind of helps me feel more connected to all of my teammates. Like I'm with the pitchers during practice and with the position players, so it's not like I'm not as known among either the groups or whatnot. So it's great. I mean, I get to really know those guys and know what they're doing in their training and what they're focusing on. And so, yeah, I feel like I'm just connected to everybody.
Andrew mentioned Max Wiener, but when you go to the plate, you're under the guidance of Mike Early, who's been around here now for 3 years, and we're a big fan of Mike. He came on the podcast last week, and when I saw him coming in, he said you had big shoes to fill. I don't know if that's true on the podcast, but just what
sounds like Michael.
Yeah. I actually think Michael knew that Braden may blow him out of the water. But just what's it like working with Mike and just his guidance as a hitting coach here?
Yeah, man, he's awesome. It's really awesome to get somebody that's trying to make what you do work better and not just trying to make everything his way. And he's not one of the guys that tries to take what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of take the credit for any success that you find.
Look at me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's not one of those guys.
Look what I did to him. Yeah, he doesn't do that. You're right.
Right, yeah. He just wants to make each player the best version of themselves. And so it's awesome just to be able to work with him and know that he's going to do best by you. So it's been awesome working with Mike.
You use one of my favorite phrases, Braden. You get to play.
Yeah.
You don't have to play.
Right.
You guys get to play. That's a great feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's something that Schloss has helped to instill in us. It's something that he's had written up on the board, get to versus have to. And so, I think that just speaks to what Schloss has done and the community and everything he's built within us and kind of the culture that we've taken from him and kind of made our own.
So as a pitcher, right, this is what gets me about Mariano. I'm throwing the cutter. You know it's coming. And you still can't.
Yeah.
That always, like he could just stand on the mound going, cutter.
Yeah, it's special. So it's
something to that, right?
Yeah.
But you just talked about, with Jeter. I just finished Joe Madden's book, The Book of Joe. Schloss told me to read it. And I am screen shooting pages, this and that. But he talks about what separates guys like Jeter. Now, as a young player, you're watching and you like them. Now that you've learned more about all that he put in and that focus and desire, does it make you appreciate him even more?
Yeah, for sure. Because it's all we got to see was the result. But hearing him talk about the process and kind of how he got there is special, and how he went about his business is awesome. So it's
You love watching the kid in Kalamazoo and what he became. You make a great point. You don't see all of it, right? And that's why I said as you get older and understand, as you talked about the process and the details and all that matters. Now you look and go, that's why he was so great,
right? Yeah, because I didn't get to see the Derek Jeter that was in the minor leagues that was struggling, that had to flip a switch to be able to become the Hall of Famer that he became. So it was special.
Yeah.
I have to throw this one in before we close out, because you said something before we started that kind of jogged my brain here. Your parents are Hawkeyes, both University of Iowa grads.
Yep.
You were born in Des Moines, Iowa. Just lived there briefly before moving to Mississippi, though. But there's Iowa ties.
Yeah.
I think your favorite baseball movie should be Field of Dreams, then. I don't know if it is. Have you seen the movie? Do you watch the MLB game that they hold on the Field of Dreams? I know it's gone hiatus right now due to construction out there, but you ever been there? You ever seen the Field of Dreams? Have your parents ever been there? Or do you watch that game, and have you seen the movie?
Yeah, I have not seen the movie. I'm still a Sandlot guy. But,
That's cool. That's fine. That's a good pick.
100% definitely make sure to watch the Field of Dreams game that's played.
It's must-see TV.
Yeah, that was
for
kind
me,
of
the 2 years they've played.
I agree.
I feel like that kind of marked the decline of Tim Anderson after he hit that.
He hit the walk-off the first time they did that.
But make sure to watch the Field of Dreams game. That's a cool one.
I love to see guys become kids again.
Yeah.
And isn't that the part of it? That's the joy.
Yeah.
Don't forget the joy of the game. I know we can get in through all of that, but if you forget the joy, you kind of lose a piece of yourself. So I think it's a really good reminder.
Yeah, I think the coolest part about it was the media day pictures they get with the cornfield. I think that's cool.
Just that backdrop, the sun setting on the cornfield, yet it's the major leaguers playing
it's super
this
cool.
thing. It's so awesome, but as announcers, we're big fans of Major League because of Bob Uecker.
Bob Uecker
calls a great game, but check Major League out too if you haven't seen it yet.
There's a couple of times we'll text one another in our booths with some of those Bob Uecker lines that we can't use.
You can't hear. But man, they'd have been perfect to use right here.
Next up, here is Aggie pitcher Ryan Prager.
That's my radio partner, by the way.
That's right. Yeah. That's where we wanted to start. If you go back to Stanford last year at the regional, that was the launch maybe of your broadcasting career. This is the continuation of it.
Maybe, you never know.
Yeah. See, we hope you have a really long career and then come into the booth. That's what we want.
Yeah.
That was such a great story, though, Ryan, because, again, you're hurt. You can't travel with the team. But on your own, you went because you had to be a part of it, even though you couldn't pitch for that team. You had to be a part of it. That was just a great decision. And again, something I think special about the collection of talent, but the collection of people that Schloss and this staff has.
Yeah, it was one of those things like you only get to do it so many times. You only get to be around that group of people that one time. So wasn't going to take it for granted. Really wasn't going to sit on my couch here and watch it on TV. Like, if I had the opportunity to, which I found it, was going to make the trip out there, and the results was what it was, but it was still a great experience and a great chance to be around those people.
You cashed in some miles for it, right?
I did.
Is that what it was?
I did.
Yeah. Here's the thing that always gets me, though, Will. Like, we do the 60-something games, right? But then as soon as he's on with me, everyone's like, hey, it's Ryan's on radio. Ryan's on. Like, I've been here the whole time. Yeah, but Ryan's on radio. He's really good. Like, you've never sounded better, Andrew. I said, yeah, because I got Ryan next to me. Are you kidding? I just got that much smarter.
Yeah. I mean, you could tip pitches at that point on the broadcast with Ryan joining you.
Yeah.
but not a bad destination to go out to the Bay Area using those miles. But, I mean, you mentioned to be with those guys again. The shelf life of a team really isn't that long. A lot of people think you play with guys for a long time, but really you don't. And in college baseball, there's a revolving door to it a little bit because not necessarily everybody stays 4 to 5 years, but just you have to take advantage of this time, don't you?
100%. And now with transfers coming in and out, like, you look at my first year, we had a ton of grad transfers that came in, and you're only with those guys for 1 year. Last year, we had a new class of transfers come in. You're only with those guys 1 year. Like, you play with some guys for 3-4 years together, but you don't think about the guys that you're only with for 1 or 2, and those guys that you might not see again for 4 years, or you only see an hour out of the year when they come into town. Like those are the moments that you kind of cherish, because those are relationships that you've built, and then you don't know how they'll last afterwards. So you really have to take advantage of all the moments you get together with those guys.
Mm-hmm. What is the key to just bringing it all together with so many backgrounds stepping in here to have the success that you guys have had already here in 2024?
Yeah, it's a lot of guys that first off want to play for each other. We really care about one another, and it's like you want the guy next to you to succeed just as much as you want to succeed for yourself. And then also just having fun with it and enjoying it. Like, it's real easy to get caught up into the emotions of, oh, we want to try really hard because we want to do well, but you don't really sit back and look back at it and say, well, let's just have fun. Let's have fun every day, because when this season's over, this team in Texas A&M baseball history is over. Mm-hmm. It's on to the next team. So just enjoy every day with each other and try to have as much fun as possible, because if we do that, we can, one, live with the results and know that most likely we'll have the results that we want.
Do you sometimes, because when you reacquire that attitude, if you didn't have it or forget it, this is a get-to sport, right? You get to pitch, you get to play baseball, not a have to. But is it a good reminder of, hey, this is why a young Ryan Prager wanted to play baseball, and now I get to play it on this level? It's nice to have that attitude again. Even if you forget it every once in a while, it's kind of refreshing and rejuvenating, isn't it?
For sure. Like, I think once you get to a certain point, you have so many distractions that come in that try to turn the game into more of a job, or less of an activity in a game and more of work. When really we come to the park every day and we've done a great job. Coach Max does a great job with the pitchers, reminding everybody that we're just going to go have fun with everything that we do. And it reminds you of why you started playing. Like, I think, at least for me, injury really helped with that. Like, coming back from that, you kind of start to look at it and be very grateful of, you get to play. You get to pitch on this day. You get to have an at-bat. You get to go to practice. All those kind of things that turn the big picture, just it makes it so much more clear for guys. It's even the down moments you can move forward from. So it hasn't happened yet, but at some point this year, we're going to get beat. And that's just the nature of it. That's what the game tells us. And it's not that the loss is going to be bad or the wins are great. It's that you can move forward from both of them. And I feel like there's a lot of teams that even come closer when things aren't going well, especially when we look at 2 years ago, like how that team came together wasn't because everything was going great. It was, we were getting punched a lot early in the year. We had that loss to Houston, and then the whole Pringles thing started, and it kind of took off. And I it wasn't really the Pringles that got us going, but it was that the Pringles brought everybody together. That mantra, that getting punched so much, it was time for a change. And it didn't change by everybody just performing better. It changed because we were just closer as a group.
How much has it helped you this year, being a Friday starter, that you were a weekend starter as a freshman, that you knew what it was like? Now, I know Friday night's different from Sunday. I get it. But there was a lot of things on Sunday. You be either the guy who stops a sweep, completes a sweep, wins a series. How much confidence do you have having that in your background, now being the Friday night starter here?
It was great coming back knowing that I wasn't going to be put in a situation that I haven't seen yet. Maybe it might feel new because it's been a year and a half or 2 years, but I will have seen it before. I've pitched on the road in the SEC, pitched at home here at Olson, thrown at the SEC tournament, thrown in a regional, Omaha. Like I've seen it all. So being able to come back and know that, okay, you're going to have a little adjustment period because it has been a while, or maybe your skill and your performance might be a little different, but nothing's going to spook you. So that kind of gave me the confidence to just, hey, get healthy and then just go play. Like there's no adjustment period because it's been done. Not compared to, say, a freshman that comes in, hasn't thrown in front of a crowd, maybe on the road in the SEC. That first inning will be kind of an adjustment probably, just getting used to it, take it all in. But knowing that I've been there, done that, seen it, knows what it feels like, it just frees me up to just be able to go play.
You talked about your rehab, and you talked about really attacking it. You can't rush the medical side of when you were able to throw all out in December. But did attacking the rehab help shrink that time and allow you to get through it? Because I would imagine that there was some impatience, but you can't rush it. Did attacking the rehab help that?
It made the year feel really short, but the weeks were really long. So the weeks between frames, like between starter rehab and throwing and getting on the mound, that all felt really long. But when I threw in my first sim game or first inter squad and I looked back on it, I was like, wow, it felt like surgery was like last week. So like that whole year went by really fast. And I think part of that was being excited to come lift, being excited to go to rehab, being excited to come watch the games and be able to learn, have talks with Coach Slosh and at the time Coach Yeski and just kind of keep understanding the game, dive into some of our players. But the time in between, it felt like when I first started throwing, it felt like, oh, bullpens are a year from now. This is going to take forever. But you finally get to the end and you just kind of have to trust that process of it and know that what you're doing is right, because sometimes when it's slow, it's really easy to get some doubt or some fear because you don't know what's coming. But when you get to the end and it's what you want and where you are is what you wanted to be and it's only getting better, now you can look back and be like, okay, that was great.
Yeah. All right. We certainly appreciate your time. Continued success to you and this team.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Ryan Prager, his broadcasting career continues.
It's on hiatus. It's going to pick up somewhere, but I hope it's for a long time.
But we got to give him some of these spot starts on the podcast
we do.
to get that broadcast.
Well, now he's even with Will Johnston. We need Ryan to either do football or basketball, get out of the comfort zone.
There you go.
Hit
the booth with us for a football game this fall.
I told him it's a standing invitation.
He's going to pick November 30th. or maybe the opener. That's Notre Dame. So, yeah.
That just shows you how smart he is.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Ryan, we appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Next up, we'll hear from Aggie outfielder Jace Laviolette.
That guy to your right, Caden Surratt.
Oh, what is it? I mean, look at what that guy's turned into, man. It's unbelievable. Legit, I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, dude, he kind of reminds me of me last year. You know, like I see little glimpses of just like, I mean, I don't want to say he didn't start out the best, but I feel like we both had the same story, right? Didn't start out the way we wanted it to, and then as you keep going, getting more at bats, you kind of mature a little bit more, and you start getting kind of used to seeing college pitching, and then, I mean, look at this kid. He's just literally, he's soaring. He's Super Sorrel, as they like to call him.
I was going to ask you about similarities. You struggled at one point last year. Schloss didn't take you out of the lineup. He moved you down. It was almost to get you comfort, refocused, right? Caden's been in that 8 spot. You're going to play left. I know it recently up to 7, but do that. Jace, I watch him, and it's like, okay, I swung at that pitch, and then he won't do it again. Like, the more he seems to absorb so much information.
It's kind of like it's kind of like we like to say, like, once you see a pitch in an at bat, right? If you're facing that same pitcher, you already know what the shape of that pitch looks like, right? And I feel like that's what he does a great job of. Like, yeah, sure, it's baseball. You're going to fool him once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times in a row. You're going to fool me once, maybe twice, 3 times in a row. It's baseball. But the next time you come up to the plate, I promise you won't fool him again. You know what I mean? So it's pretty cool to watch, and it's an unbelievable thing what this coaching staff can do with a player that comes in. And I mean, I wasn't the most comfortable. I wasn't the most confident player I had ever been, 100%. And I think that they brought both of those things out of me, was to just be like, dude, relax. You're here for a reason. Understand why you're here, and just be confident in who you are. And I feel like they kind of told him that too, and honestly told Gavin that. And I mean, as a freshman, it's unbelievable what that kid's doing. I'm going to say it here. I think he might break my record that I just set last year, which is unbelievable. Only get it for 1 year, but fine, I'll take it. You know what? Fine.
You're always going to be on that list now.
Yeah,
you know that.
Fine. Whatever, Gavin. Just go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I forget until I look at the roster that he's a freshman.
I know. It's unbelievable to watch. Like, all right, I'm starting to think he needs to cut his beard or something, you know? Like,
well, how about left field picture Gavin is what? That's in the fall.
Yeah, no
and then
beard.
Spring Gavin is completely
different. I'm going to be honest. Like, maybe we need to test him or something. I don't know what we need to do here, but I'm starting to think he's not a freshman.
Anybody who can grow that beard like that at 18, that's incredible.
Look the way that he does. I mean, he's not 18. I'm telling you. That's what we always tell him. He's not 18. I need to see his birth certificate.
I am so glad the MLB did not draft him.
I am too. I am too.
Only because we have him locked in. How much do you appreciate what he's doing this season?
I mean, it's hard to put into words, right? Like, I mean, what do you say about it?
Yeah.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to watch. I think that we have him, Beaumont, those are 2 talented people that I don't... Actually, you know what? Why am I... The whole lineup. What am I doing?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
1 through 9.
Yeah.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to watch. It's an unbelievable thing to watch what this team has molded into, and just... If you watch the dugout, like, we're just rooting for each other because we just want everybody to be successful. Like, we want everybody to accomplish whatever their dreams are solo, right? Like, we want everybody to be successful with whatever they want to do within the game. But at the same time, we also know what we want to do together within the game. So it's a really, really cool dynamic to watch, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of.
There, at no point in this season you've all struggled. That's the game of baseball. 100%. But at no point is it, okay, you know what? I'm going to be selfish and I'm going to get mine. Okay, you know what? I may not be able to get those swings, but a pitcher's not in the zone. I'm going to take this walk. It's what's best for the team.
100%.
That permeates.
Yeah.
I say 1 through 9. I think it permeates throughout the entire dugout. It does.
Yeah, 100%. I think it also feeds off to the pitchers too. Whenever we have a really good inning and we're just kind of locked in, it's like, all right, look what they just did. Let's go do the same thing on the defensive side, right? And Mike always says that walks are better than home runs. I don't understand it, but I do now. I agree with him. Sometimes homers are really cool. Yes, but I do like my walks too. So, he told me that at the beginning of the season. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, homers are way better.
Yeah,
way cooler." But now I actually understand what he was saying, because instead of like, I think he's more talking about being selective at the pitch you were trying to hit, right? Like, just as you said, pitcher wasn't in the zone, good, I'll take my walk, and I'll let Beaumont hit the homer, or I'll let Schott hit the homer, I'll let Sorrell, Jappel, you name it, they can do it. You know, it's a pretty cool thing. Like, it kind of just takes stress off of you to try and produce, because it's like, all right, well, even if I don't produce, I have a pretty good feeling that the dudes behind me will produce.
You don't have to carry the team.
100%,
so to speak.
And I feel like whenever somebody says, like, this is going for anybody on any team, like, oh, I had to carry this team, or I'm doing this for that team, especially in baseball, it's like, yeah, you're lying straight through your teeth. It's impossible unless you're Barry Bonds or, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally impossible. This game is a team sport. Like, people try to kind of put it into like a personalized, like, only me sport. Like, it's just a me thing. But once it starts becoming that, then I'll be honest, you start losing love for the game. You start losing love for actually being a teammate, and then it just kind of spirals out of control.
I mean, why do I have to face you when I know the next guy I can get? I'm walking you, and you're not coming up again until
exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly. Now I get it. It's a team sport with individual accomplishments.
100%.
I totally get that. But when they're linked together,
then it becomes scary.
But I feel like these first two Schloss teams, keep building.
100%.
Nor is this a one-off. This isn't like, this is going to keep on. We're going to look back and say, yeah, that was a pretty good team. But you know what Schloss's team this year is? That's how I feel.
He's an unbelievable coach. I think he's one of the best to ever do it. Yeah. I really do. I feel like just people don't realize how, like, good of a man he is. Right. He's a great man, great person to be around, great coach to play for, and so is his whole coaching staff. So it's a joy and an honor for me, honestly, every single day to be able to play for this team and this coaching staff.
For as successful as he is, it's not about him.
No, he always says, like, he's like, dude, like, I obviously he wants to win a national championship. He wants to be as successful as what we do. Honestly, sometimes I think he might be more competitive than we are. I'm not even joking.
You're right about that.
Like, sometimes I'm like, dude, like, I think you care more about this right now than we do, which is not a bad thing. Right. Like, that is not a bad thing at all. He's really passionate about what he does. He loves the game. He loves us. He loves to win, and he hates to lose. And I agree with him. I hate losing. So it makes it a lot easier to play for him whenever you know he cares that much, because it's like, all right, well, I want to get this for you just as bad as I want to get it for myself.
So how do you flush it? He talks about this team is so good at flushing. A chance to hear the best of Around the Diamond podcasts on Studio 12 as we get closer to our first pitch. With Ryan Brauninger, with Will Johnson, I'm Andrew Monaco, and Tony O'Neill's back in the saddle, baby. You know it is the College World Series and a big game. Big game. Tony's back.
Oh, he came out of the woodwork. Somebody called him and said A&M's close to the finals. He said he'll be there.
Who came crawling back?
Tony came crawling back, baby.
Here we go, guys. Aggies have never been 2-0. They're going to take on a Florida team that, I don't know, can you say playing with house money? Because it sure seems like it. On the brink of elimination, 15-4. They made it past Kentucky, eliminating the Wildcats. Tennessee, before us, knocked out Florida State. And then there were three. The Aggies in Florida in this bracket. Tennessee has made its way to championship weekend. The Aggies look to join them. Not going to be easy, but this is going to look familiar, is it not? Justin Lampkin back on the mound for the Aggies. 3 innings of one-hit shutout ball. Just 42 pitches, 6 strikeouts. That was on Saturday. Liam Peterson, they love this freshman. He's back on the mound. 65 pitches to go 2 1/3. It's a terrific pitching matchup once again. The second game for Florida. Bronny, I said to Schloss, you're familiar with this. He said, yeah, I've been on both sides of this situation here in Omaha, having to play that second game.
And he's got a lot of respect for Kevin O'Sullivan and the program that he runs. And for Coach O'Sullivan's Gators, that was about as dream of a scenario as you could ask for. If you were going to have to wake up and play at 10 a.m., they ran off and left Kentucky with a 7-run first inning. Brody Donay grand slam. He followed that up with a no-doubter to left. Jack Caglione homered. So Florida's going to come in this thing as confident as they've been. And I don't know if playing with house money, is for, to me, when you describe a team like Florida, playing with house money, I think sells them short, because they are super talented. Regardless of what that overall record says, the talent on the roster has never been a question, and it never will be a question for a Kevin O'Sullivan team. They took their lumps early. They had a lot of freshman arms that have grown up. We're going to see one again tonight for the third time. The Aggies will see Liam Peterson, but it's a big arm. It's 93 to 9. He's up to 98 miles an hour the other night. And they have their guy ready to go in the bullpen in Brandon Neely. And if the Aggies can trouble, I think the ideal scenario for A&M here is that you get Liam Peterson in trouble as early as possible and make them fire their bullet, which is Brandon Neely, as early in the game as possible. That guy's thrown 340 pitches in the NCAA tournament. It's reasonable to think that he's going to throw over 400 pitches in the NCAA tournament, and he's been good. He hasn't shown any signs of fatigue. In fact, his last couple of outings have been just lights out, sensationally good.
He shut down the Aggies.
He's done it twice.
He gave Florida that opportunity late as Neely went 2 innings, no runs, just the one hit that he allowed. When he came in, and that single was a Hayden shot single, then got a double play to get out of that inning. Justin Lampkin was terrific. Good to see that, Will, because this is a guy who's experienced some highs and some lows, and I thought that was an absolute high for him on Saturday, and didn't look like the same pitcher that we had seen earlier in the season.
Justin, yeah, he's got the right to feel confident as he steps into this matchup tonight, because he's faced the Gators twice, 2 starts. They've combined to go 7 2/3, 2 runs, both earned. So that's a pretty good stat line for Justin against what is a very talented lineup. I think it's one of the few lineups in the country that could come close to matching the Aggies. But if both of these pitchers, they've thrown against the other twice. Lampkin's gone against Florida twice. Peterson's gone against A&M twice. And it's actually Lampkin who has the better stat line against the Gators than Peterson does against the Aggies. So Justin, coming off that performance on Saturday, as it went into Sunday, he didn't pitch into Sunday. He had the Saturday portion of the game. But has every right to be confident as he takes them out in this all-important semifinal game.
Well, and the other question, Jace Laviolette is not only in the lineup, he's batting number 2. He will be in right field. And if there was a benefit to winning game number 2 and having some time and not having to play back-to-back games, gave him an opportunity, tweaking that hamstring, he'll be in right. And you know Schloss will keep a close eye, and Jace will be as honest as possible as well.
Jace,
as honest as
possible is a good way to put it, because knowing Jace, he's going to want to play. And we said it in the pregame, before we went to that little break, the thing's going to have to be falling off for Jace to come out of the game. But, it'd be super interesting to see how he manages it. If he puts a ball in play, to fight that instinct to run hard, right? It's really tough to do. And then where does he play depth-wise in the outfield? I tend to think he's probably going to play pretty deep.
Yeah.
So that he has to make one move to come in on the ball. If it's over your head, it's off the wall or a homer. So take some of the thinking, some of the read out of it to help that hamstring.
Florida takes the field. The Gators are the home team. The Aggies are the visitor. Florida in their blue tops. Gators in script. Numbers in black and white. They are trimmed in orange. Jack Caglione's the first baseman. Cade Curlin, the second baseman. Colby Shelton, the shortstop. Dale Thomas at third. Tyler Shellnuts in left. Michael Robertson's the center fielder. Ashton Wilson is in right. Luke Heyman catches Liam Peterson. Peterson against the Aggies, 2 1/3. 3 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. He took the loss in that 3-2 Aggie win on Saturday in the opener. Overall, he's 3-5 with a 6.18 ERA. As Bronny said, that fastball mid to upper 90s. He did reach 97 and 98 against the Aggies on Saturday. Also possesses a change. For the Aggies, here's their Pepsi starting lineup. Gavin Grahovac leads off. Jace Laviolette bats second. Jackson Appel in the third spot. Hayden Schott will be the cleanup hitter. Ted Burton bats fifth. Caden Sorrell sixth. Ali Camadillo bats seventh. Caden Kent eighth. Travis Chestnut ninth. And our St. Joseph Health first pitch, Liam Peterson, Gavin Grahovac, your primary partner for primary care and is the leading healthcare provider in the Brazos Valley. St. Joseph Health is proud to be the official healthcare provider of Texas A&M Athletics. For Grahovac, he is 1 for 9 in this College World Series. He has 5 hits in the postseason, 300 on the dot. He's homered 22 times. He's driven in 63. Here's our St. Joseph Health first pitch. Slider high and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Adam Dowdy calls balls and strikes. Mike Morris, the umpire at first. Grady Smith's at second. Linus Baker, the umpire at third. That slider also high. 2 balls and no strikes. 335 down the lines. 375 to the alleys. 408 to center. here at Charles Schwab Field. 2-0. High and inside, it is 3-0.
Start Gavin there with back-to-back sliders to lead off the game. Over the plate, just a little bit up, and then he overthrows a fastball at 94. This will be a dead take here from Gavin.
Over for a strike, it's 3-1. Towards the line is Dale Thomas, the third baseman, and the shortstop Colby Shelton is to his right towards that hole on the left side. 3-1 to Grahovac. Over for strike 2.
Man.
So the count full.
Well,
Curlin is up the middle. Caglione is to his right. Outfield straight away. From 3-0 to 3-2, Peterson's pitch to Grahovac. Foul over the net. A little bit of a screamer. Aggies in their maroon tops. Aggies in script. That block T on the right shoulder. Gray pants.
3-1 pitch to Gavin. Thought was down. And I think the Aggie dugout did as well.
Another 3-2. Fouled off. Back over the net again. All the foul territory. There's a ton from behind home plate to in front of the dugouts. Then it starts to curve. The least amount of foul territory is as you approach the left and right field walls down the line. 3-2 again. Down and away. Leadoff walk to Gavin Grahovac.
It's a great at bat. They finally tried to go out there with that slider that gives him problems, and Peterson yanks it down and away, but you don't get to that pitch without being patient and then fighting off. You know, one of those fastballs that he fought off, Will, up to 97. So we saw that the other night with Peterson. Like, he will ramp it up to 97, 98, and Gavin just get enough to extend the at bat, see the next pitch, and then gets a leadoff walk. That's a great start to the game, a great start for Gavin Grahovac.
Here's Jace Laviolette, 3 on the right side of the infield. Only the third baseman, Thomas, on the left side. Down and in with a fastball, 1-0.
Follow the Gavin walk with Jace at the plate. Jace has 12 postseason walks. 12 in the NCAA.
You hear that, John Sheshik?
60 on the season.
John, I wasn't going to say that. Will's poking me in the goading me into talking about you.
Nobody was prodded into that, Shesh. Already a quick visit. Catcher to pitcher.
Heyman to the mound.
Florida starting to move around in the dugout. It looks like there's about to be a group of pitchers run out to the bullpen.
This is what Schloss always says. There are times when you have your first reliever out of the pen warming up next to the starter.
Count them all. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Down and in with a fastball, 2-0 to Laviolette.
I count 11 Gators running down to the bullpen.
Well, I imagine one of those is Brandon Neely.
I was looking for 22.
Well, it was one batter. It was a walk, but it was a pretty good at bat by Gavin Grahovac, too. It wasn't excessive wildness.
That's down low, 3-0. That clock should have started and ticked down.
And they're throwing pitches with the bullpen door open and guys still on the field, too.
Yep. 3-0 to Jace Laviolette. Grahovac, a leadoff walk. 3 on the right side of the infield. Now Thomas at short. 4-pitch walk. Here we go, our first ball 5 chant. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification all along the Texas A&M Sports Network. It is a long, slow walk to the mound. It's a La Casa break in play. Take some time to enjoy the rest of this game responsibly with La Casa's smooth tequila for rugged country.
This will be probably a lengthy visit by Kevin O'Sullivan as the bullpen arms for Florida start to throw.
Fisher Jamison, who we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, if it was going to be anybody but Brandon Neely first, it was going to be Fisher Jamison as the bridge guy to try to get it to Neely. Fisher Jamison was a huge story in that game for Florida. Remember, he came in and quieted the Aggies and gave Florida a chance to get back in that game and hand the ball to Neely as well.
Yeah, Fisher Jamison, he did walk 3, but he only gave up 1 hit, and that was a single by Gavin Grahovac. So you're right, Peterson went 2 1/3. Jamison went the next 3, keeping that a 3-0 game, and Florida within range. Here's Jackson Appel. Down and in with the ball. Laviolette at first, Grahovac at second. In sun is the right-hander Peterson. In shade is the switch-hitting Appel, batting left. 1-1. Back to a fastball.
Luke Heyman's done a good job, and he's got a couple of low strikes called. Our track man has that below the zone and not even in the buffer area. It's the same pitch he threw on that 3-1 count to Grahovic that he got called a strike.
As long as Justin Lampkin gets that same call. Down and in. 2-1 is the count to Jackson Appel. He is 2 for 8 in this College World Series. 2 hits on Monday against Kentucky. Laviolette at first, Grahovac at second. They both walked. 2-1 to Appel. Bounced foul to Ryan Targach in the first base coach's box. Tar at first, Nolan Kane, the coach at third. Versus of his 72 hits versus right-handed pitching. Shortstop Shelton plays behind Grahovac. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball. One of the few fastballs that Jackson Appel will miss. 1 down.
Florida got him the other night with that a couple of times. It was an elevated fastball, a little bit to the outer part of the plate late in the at-bat, and that was up to 96. So with almost a 2,400 spin rate. So the stuff for Liam Peterson is there in a big way. The Aggies have done a good job so far of taking the balls and swinging at strikes. Just Appel couldn't move it to keep that at bat alive.
4 hits in the College World Series for Hayden Schott. First pitch, fastball's high. 1 ball and no strikes. For Hayden, 4 for 8. Drove in 2 in that 5-1 win over Kentucky on Monday. He has 13 hits in this postseason. He's currently on a 5-game hitting streak. First and second, 1 away here in the first. Change bounces up there. 2-0.
We talked about how Hayden got hot with that home run against Louisiana in the regional final. 11 for 17 since that ball went out of the yard against Louisiana. Really unlocked him.
It was one night after his probably worst night of his life at the plate, too.
356 against righties his shot this season. Takes that first strike. It's 1-2. I'm sorry, 2-1.
2-0 slider there.
Grahovac leadoff walk. Jace followed with a walk. They're the 2 on with 1 out. Swing and a miss at a fastball. 2-2.
He's throwing hard.
It's never been stuff. It's always been location.
Sure. And just composure and command of the strike zone.
I mean, he is in full sun. 2-2. Rolling away. 98, he hit it again. You pointed that out, 98 a couple of times.
Yeah, that's higher than what he's been. Talking to some Florida folks, it's been mostly 93 to 95. He's a little amped up. He's been amped up in both of his starts here in Omaha.
Full count to Schott with runners first and second, 1 away. Pete back to second, the pitch. Up high, he has walked, the bases loaded. And that, testament to Hayden Schott. That was 2-2 count.
Yeah, and it was a good job. He threw another changeup. You get time to get this RPM, the spin rate under 2,000. That's probably going to be a changeup, slower spin rate. A little faster one will be that slider. But yeah, he was pitched backwards a little bit to Schotty there. Got to a 2-0 count and flipped him that changeup, and then did it again when he got the 3-2 count.
He got Burton twice on Saturday. Fastball misses away. 1 ball and no strikes to Ted Burton. He was 2 for 2 with 2 walks on Monday in the win over Kentucky. He's 2 for 6 in this World Series, and he has 9 postseason hits. The bases are loaded, 1 away. Peterson from the stretch. The 1-0. Over with a curveball for a strike. It's 1-1. 3 walks. Grahovac, Laviolette, and Schott. They're the base runners for the Aggies here in the top of the first. 1-1, the count to Ted Burton. Down and away with a fastball, 2-1.
And his fastball command, he threw a good one to Appel to punch him out, but outside of that, he's not really thrown it where he wants to.
This is the 8th time Burton is batting with the bases loaded. He is 3 for 7 this season. 2-1, the count to Ted. Right matchup with Peterson. Low, 3-1.
Well, what do you do here? Is this an automatic take?
Nope, not for Ted Burton.
I agree. But you're going to tell him be real picky. Something you can hit a double with.
I agree with that, yep. The Aggies beyond this first base dugout. He's trying to get the pitch calm as Peterson. Bases loaded. 1 away, 3-1. The count to Burton, the pitch. Low, ball 4. The first run of the game is a bases loaded walk to Ted Burton. 4 walks in this first inning by Liam Peterson. 1-0 Aggies.
You got to go get him now. Here comes Kevin O'Sullivan.
5 batters, 4 walks, 1 strikeout. And that's it for Liam Peterson.
That last fastball, you want to talk about him understanding the scenario and a freshman, right? He knows what's happening around him. That last fastball, 92 miles an hour. Trying to place
Trying to get it over,
yeah.
right?
And that's never what you want to see. And when a pitcher starts doing that, you have to go get him. And especially you've already used your talk and given the scenario. But when you see him just try to baby the baseball over the plate because he's scared to walk somebody else, you got to go get him. Especially at this level, you got to go get him.
If we've talked so much about Max Wiener, and it's well-deserved, the discipline, the approach that Michael Early gives all these hitters, right? They're not too anxious to make something happen. You've got to throw me. That's why I like what you said, 3-1. It's not an automatic take, but Ted Burton is so disciplined. It's the same way you say a green light. Green light doesn't mean swing. You have the option to swing, but it's got to be your pitch, right?
Yeah, and a lot of the work they do, I know in those plus counts, those positive counts, and at 3-1 for me was one of my favorite counts to do damage in. It was like, hey, set your knees, set your sights to your area of the plate. If the ball don't show up there, just shut the swing down or swing and miss. You know,
were you looking for a certain pitch?
I did better, and people, every hitter is different. So try to explain this in one way, I think, is not going to do it justice because there are so many ways that guys process information and track the baseball. I was never a pick a pitch. I wanted to pick an area of the plate. So for me, it was just off the center of the plate away, and because I like to pull the ball. Mm-hmm. But I was going to set my sights, my back knee. I was taking it to that area of the plate. And if the ball didn't show up there, I would either not swing or swing and miss. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's the plan there, and that's what Teddy was doing. You just want to be super picky to your area of the plate in that situation. But it's good to see. Jace looks like he's running okay.
Not bad. Not bad.
I would imagine that once you get that hamstring loose, that sitting around is the worst thing for it. So
it's not a bad thing that he'll be in right then.
I am not a doctor. Will Johnson is a doctor.
Ray's a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
I went to school long enough to be a doctor. I just didn't get the postgraduate stuff.
Fisher Jameson is the new pitcher for Florida, and for Jameson, he is 5-0 with a 4.14 ERA. His 34th appearance, 33rd in relief. Not just the 5 wins, but the 3 saves for Fisher Jameson. And as we mentioned, 3 innings, 1 hit.
How many pitches?
In that game against the Aggies, Fisher Jameson threw 52 of them.
That should be any kind of problem. And I'm guessing he hasn't pitched since.
No, Clemente and
Coppola was awesome for them this morning.
He was fantastic.
Kid's built like Randy Johnson.
His kind of performance gives you a shot in a game like this because he went out and got distance for the Gators.
Here's Caden Sorrell. Bases loaded, 1 away, 1-0 Aggies. Over first pitch is a slider on the outer half. It's 0-1. For Caden, he was 2 for 4 against the Gators. Double and an RBI. He was 0 for 3 Monday against Kentucky. Hit by a pitch in one of those plate appearances. The 0-1. Foul territory beyond third. Long run Thomas by the tarp. It'll land on top of the tarp. Sorrell's in the hole 0-2.
We should say that the ballpark has played much differently today. The wind has turned around. It's almost blowing across, straight across from like left center to right center, maybe a touch out toward right, but it's mild tonight.
74 and cloudy. It's very mild.
And the previous 2 games today had their share. of home runs. So maybe the most offensive day in Omaha, weather-wise.
East-northeast wind at about 10. The pool guy with our weather report. 2 strikes on Sorrell, bases loaded, 1 away. High and away. Make sure you visit the pool guy's pool store off William D. Fitch next to the HEB at Tower Point. 74, cloudy. That sun that had been coming through, that stanchion, the bank of lights, the stanchion, then the top of the stands, is now behind Jamison. It's still part of a factor. 1-2, Sorrell into center field. Drifting back and to his right is Robertson. Jace will tag. He's coming home. Aggies have a 2-0 lead on the sacrifice fly by Caden Sorrell.
Hit it deep enough where Jace didn't have to run too hard. Very good job with 2 strikes by the freshman.
Yeah, everybody had to have watched Jace closely there. Felt like about 3/4 speed coming home. What'd you think?
A little bit of a grimace, not too much.
I wonder if now it becomes, okay, I can do this. I can do this.
Yes.
I know there's almost like a limit of, I can't go past this. Here is Ali Camadillo. 2 for 6. He had the RBI double in the 5-run 6th against Kentucky on Monday. Fastball low, 1 ball and no strikes.
And one thing about Fisher Jamison is he is, whereas Florida is in this predicament because of a lack of command of the strike zone, he does throw the ball over the plate. I think only 18 walks this season.
Slider's a strike. It's 1-1.
I believe it was 74 strikeouts to 18 walks.
I always remember Rob Childress telling me, the good news is you knocked out the starter. The bad news is the second guy is as good or better.
In this league, for sure.
That's exactly right. 1-1. In on the hands of Camadillo. Dropped into the right of the dirt circle. Heyman gets that. Shot stays at second. Burton is at first. It's Burton who drew a bases-loaded walk to give the Aggies a 1-0 lead. Caden Sorrell's sacrifice fly increases it to 2-0. First and second, 2 away. Here in the top of the first. 2-1 to Camadillo. To the left side, fielded by the shortstop Shelton, and gets the force of shots at third. But the Aggies strike twice in the top of the first. Texas A&M 2. Florida coming to bat. This is Aggie baseball from Learfield.
Howdy, Ags. This is Chris. And this is Preston. And we are Low Cash. Coming to you from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. We wanted to join our good friends, 44 Farms over in Cameron, Texas, in wishing the Fighting Texas Aggies a great season. When you're ready to turn a meal into a celebration, visit 44steaks.com or stop by their retail store at 1509 South Highway 36 in Cameron and tell them Low Cash sent you. 44 Farms, the official beef of Texas A&M Athletics.
The Ranch Harley-Davidson in College Station is your go-to headquarters for anything and everything you need Harley, including riding gear for kids. The Ranch also offers Riding Academy new rider course that teaches you the skills you need to ride. The Ranch is a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Check out the Ranch Harley-Davidson on Facebook. Visit the website at theranchhd.com or call 690-1669 for all upcoming events. That's the Ranch Harley-Davidson, Highway 6, South College Station.
This is Jason Hutchins, and you're listening to the Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Defensively for Texas A&M, Ted Burton's the first baseman, Caden Kent at second, Ali Camadillo plays shortstop, Gavin Grohovacs at third, Caden Sorrell in left, Travis Chestnut in center, Jace Laviolette in right. Jackson Appel catches the left-hander Justin Lampkin against Florida on Saturday. No runs, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts in 3 innings, 42 pitches for Lampkin, 2-2 overall. ERA of 5.43. Our Slavanchik Sausage player profile for him. Fastball. He throws in the low 90s, and as Max Wiener says, it's got run, it's got ride, it's got depth. The changeup and the slider. And the slider was perhaps his most effective pitch his last time outs. Slavanchik Sausage, the official sausage of Texas A&M Athletics.
Well, I'll take 2 runs to start the game, but it was kind of the story that we saw in the opener against Florida was, yeah, you scored, but kind of left some stuff out there, and the Aggies bases loaded, 1 out. You get a bases loaded walk to recreate the situation, and a great job with 2 strikes on a sac fly. Just couldn't get the big 2-out hit to add another one. And again, I'll take 2 runs. That's better than none. But as the Aggies shift to 4 outfielders against Jack Caglione, But with a guy like this in the lineup, the way Florida swung the bat in the opener, I think it's going to take more than 2, Andrew.
I agree. But Lampkin has the 2-0 lead, and Caglione takes a fastball at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. For Cags, he's hitting 6 straight. 10 hits in his last 6 games. 12 for his last 13. 4 outfielders, 3 all on the right side. The left side's vacated. Fly ball into shallow left center field. Out goes Camarillo, who was to the right of second base, and he makes the grab in shallow left. Cags is retired, 1 away.
Wow. I mean,
he was just trying to serve it to the left side, wasn't he?
It's a great pitch, and it's a slider that gets Cags out front, but because of where Ali was shifted, that was not an easy play. I'd be really interested to see that, they track where all batted balls go. I wonder how many times Jack Caglione has hit that ball this year. Not very many.
No, had very few times. I agree. Kurland swinging a miss. 0-1 for Cade Kurland. 1 for 4 against Kentucky. Drove in a couple. That's his lone hit in this College World Series. But there's more to that story. 0-1. Popped up, foul territory right side over the Aggie dugout. They're in the first base dugout.
Yep, he would have had one more.
He would have had one more, except for Superman in right.
Or Super Giant.
What'd Schlaw say? I told Jace, I'm glad you're tall. 2 strikes on Kurland, the lefty. Lampkin, the right-handed hitting Kurland. The pitch. Got him, swing and a miss. He struck him out on 3 pitches. 2 down. Here in the bottom of the first.
That backdoor slider gets a wave through. I think that's the slider, but look at the replay here. Yeah, the backdoor slider gets a wave through.
Had him off balance. And his changeup is a little slower than that.
Yeah, the spin rate will be lower than 2002.
Here's Tyler Shelnut. Swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Shelnut went 1 for 5. With a double and an RBI against Kentucky. He is currently on a 10-game hitting streak for the Gators. 2 down, bases empty. 0-1. Bounces and it clips Appel and goes to the Aggie
It's
on deck
almost
circle.
like when you talk about the overall numbers for Florida outside of Caglione, you need to ignore whatever the season totals say because what they've been in the postseason. They're much more like the preseason number 2 team in the country, where they were ranked.
1-1. Fastball a little high. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Good number on that heater, up to 94 there.
Always from the stretch, Justin Lampkin. 2 down, bases empty. 2-1. Too high. 3-1 the count to Lampkin. And there was the talk earlier in this season for Justin. He had been easing into start, so they wanted to give him that reliever mentality. 1 inning at a time. Grahovac tight to the line at third. 2 down, bases empty, 3-1. Swing and a miss.
It's a good job, man. He just missed arm side and high on back-to-back heaters. Max Wiener calls it again to see if he can adjust, and he throws it to his glove side, dots it on the inner half, and gets a swing and a miss from Shelnut.
So now 3-2 to Shelnut with 2 down, bases empty. The pitch from Lampkin. Got him, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts to close 1-2-3, bottom of the first. We played 1, Aggies 2, Gators nothing. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
This is Josh Stewart. You're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Josh Stewart and the Aggies a 2-0 lead as we open up the second inning. Aggies are the visiting team. Taking on the Florida Gators at Integ is the official printer of Texas A&M Athletics. Integ provides customer solutions for all your game time promotional products, wearables, signs, print, and direct mail needs. It's all within one team of skilled players. Learn more about our winning culture and our playbook of services at integdoes.com. Integ says, Giga Aggies. Hey, how good was 34 on Monday for the Aggies?
Closing out
Josh
the
Stewart.
Wildcats, yeah.
2 1/3. I told Bronny this with Scott as we did the pregame. It's what we talked about on our Studio 12 podcast. Ryan Prager went to Josh, said, you don't like shutouts?
Yeah.
The Ryan Nicholson home run in the 9th was Kentucky's lone run. But Josh was, after the game in that team room as Caden Kent leads off, I was asking him about the different pitches, and he's added the cutter to that slider, but it was the fastball that got Patrick Herrera, the pinch hitter, with runners at second and third. He got that final out in that 7th inning. Got out of a little trouble, a little bit of his own making in the 8th. A 2 1/3 for Josh Stewart. 1 strike on Caden Kent. No. Check swing low. It's a ball and a strike to the left-handed hitting second baseman. 3 for 7 in this College World Series. A hit against Florida. He was 1 for 3, 2 for 4 Monday. Swing and a miss at the change. It's 1-2.
Extend that, and Caden's 8 for 18 in the NCAA tournament, 9 RBIs. 4 big ones with 1 swing against Oregon.
Playing him to pull on this infield. Down low with Thomas basically at shortstop. Shelton, the shortstop, on the outfield grass on the left field side of second base. Up the middle, speared on that soft liner by Shelton, played perfectly beyond second base.
Scouting report wins there. Good swing by Caden Kent and a 2-strike at bat. But it's advanced scouting stuff. It's taken a lot of hits away from a lot of guys over the last 10 years of the game of baseball, and just took one away from Caden Kent there.
There's Travis Chestnut. 0 for 2 with a couple of walks against Kentucky. He went 1 for 3. Remember, it was his ground ball to Dale Thomas that he fielded beyond third in foul territory. Chestnut takes that pitch low, 1-0. Thomas looked at Chestnut running up the line, and by the time he decided to get to third, Ali Camadillo had slid in safely. That allowed a run to score. And a big run when you consider it was a 3-2 win for the Aggies. Pitch on the inside corner. 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Fisher Jameson out of the bullpen for Florida. Here's Travis Chestnut, 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Travis, 9 postseason walks. Jim Schlossnagle says he has to get on, however, he can. 9 postseason walks. That'll make Jim Schlossnagle smile briefly.
Love to turn the lineup over and have Gavin Grahovac bat with somebody on. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 away here in the second.
From up here, we saw it the other night. Travis is really off the baseball from my perspective. Like his first move, if you watch and track his front hip and his left shoulder, it's almost up and toward the lights in left center field. That's the first movement. So he's essentially, I can probably guarantee you, he's swinging at a blurry baseball.
Gotcha.
Because that's going to pull your eyes just off early enough. Like everybody says, watch it to the bat. You physically, we know you can't do that. But you can keep your eyes in there as long as possible because of the direction of your swing.
Slider to Grahovac is a strike. That was down and away to Grahovac. It was on the outer half to Grahovac where Peterson had missed with sliders up and in. The starter, Jameson, 0-1. Down low with a fastball, ball and a strike to Grahovac. He walked and scored in that 2-run first. Righty-righty matchup with Fisher Jameson. 2 down, bases empty, 2-0 Aggies in the second. Change low, 2-1. Gavin was in the 3 hole when he played Florida. Appel was the leadoff hitter. Grahovac singled off Jameson. The lone hit Fisher Jameson gave up. Popped foul as he was out in front of that change. 2-2.
Yeah, it's a lot of changeups and sliders for Fisher Jameson, and he's got command of them, right? He throws them in the strike zone. They're all presentable. He's not had any big misses. The fastball's only been up 91, 93 range. So, overall doesn't present as big of stuff as Liam Peterson, but it's certainly effective.
2-2. Back up the middle, past a diving shortstop Shelton. Grahovac, big turnaround first. Oh, he's going for second, and the throw in time. He's out. Grahovac wants Schloss to challenge this. They will. Right now, he's run into the third out of the inning.
Gavin rolled over and got the left hand to the bag as the tag came in. He's saying that left hand got in before the tag was applied.
Well, he hit a BB, and it's 109 miles an hour, and that's where that Kentucky bluegrass in the outfield is at a disadvantage for the Aggies, because that ball, if it's played on the Olsen Field turf,
does that scoot more?
Might scoot more, but I think he's going to be out here.
Well, the replay we just saw, the glove was blocked, so would be inconclusive.
He thinks he makes a swim move, and only if that tag is not made by Curlin, the second baseman. If he goes on the inside for that. Second base umpire Grady Smith is the one who's wearing the communication device.
And look, that's being aggressive out of the box. He never slowed down, and you have huge value for your team at second base on a double most of the time. But you got Jace Lavalette hitting behind you. So it'll be interesting. I know Schloss
He pulls that arm back. When does it get tagged? He might be in, but I don't know if it's conclusive enough.
Right. The call on the field is out. That's important.
Waiting for word. I'm not sure. I mean, Gavin was convinced on that little swim move that he made and going on the inside of the bag.
That's the thing, Andrew. I can see why Gavin feels like he's safe. But I don't see anything on replay that would allow me to overturn it. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure. And when you go under review and you're looking at it, and if an umpire's saying, I'm not quite sure, they're not going to be allowed to overturn.
It's really good position, too, by Grady Smith. I got to tell you.
Look.
He might be safe.
He might be safe.
We just got a new look.
He gets
and
tagged. He gets tagged on that right thigh.
Your right hand or thigh.
If the tag is right there, he's safe.
It may not be enough, though. I'm just cautioning everybody. We're all optimistic.
I can see why he was adamant that he was safe.
It's bang, 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 which leads me to believe it was a good decision. Like, he had to make a really good throw. He pushed it to second with 2 outs. I'm fine with that. I really am. I'm fine with that aggressiveness.
Well, when do you have to have a runner in score position? It's with 2 outs.
Sure.
So, I mean, give it a shot. But you're right. It was Jace up next.
And he's playing the game hard, right? And that's what this team's done. It does all year. It's done all year. Well, they're
really making sure they can get every angle, aren't they?
They're unsure, yeah.
This Thornton McFerrin Coaching Academy review. Here we go. Confirmed. What did they see? Now, that's my only problem here. Confirmed?
I would have understood.
Stands.
Upheld, but confirmed, I don't know.
Gavin's out at second. Aggies are gone in the second. Bottom of the second next. 2-0 Texas A&M. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Whether you have a swimming pool or are looking to build one, trust the Pool Guy. With a large professional staff, the Pool Guy can properly maintain your swimming pool, saving you time and money. The Pool Guy is the only local service center trusted by all pool manufacturers to service their products. Any pool repair, large or small, the Pool Guy's experienced technicians can handle it. For pool supplies, toys, and free water testing, visit the Pool Store. Trust the experience of the Pool Guy to ensure your pool construction and maintenance is done right. Call 575-6200 for the Pool Guy.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Texas A&M University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
2-0 Florida comes to bat at the bottom of the second. Brony, what I absolutely liked about that, I know Grahovac is out. Solid single to left. Did it with 2 strikes. Once again, getting a hit off Fisher Jameson. Boy, if you could get Gavin unlocked, look out as part of this lineup.
Yeah, it was 109 off the bat. He absolutely sizzled it. And, yeah, playing hard, man. Like, you can always live with your team playing hard. And it's not a mistake. You don't get to look and have a decision. You have to look at what happened and did he make the right decision. Don't look at the outcome.
Correct.
You know, so you look at the process of how we got to there, and I'm okay with it. And I bet Jim Schlossnagle is too.
Slider missed low after Colby Shelton showed bunt, pulled back, took a fastball knee high for a strike. It's 1-1 in a lefty-lefty matchup with Lampkin. 1-1. Line to right field. Jace over towards the line. He'll go over his head to the wall. He'll play it off the wall, and that's a double. And that is where the hamstring comes to haunt Jace Laviolette.
Yeah, that's a ball that he's going to catch all the time. There's no juice. There's no get up and go juice for him to go get that ball. He's limping pretty good.
Yeah. And he's not going to be able to extend or anything like that. So the mobility is limited there and right. Shelby the double. Luke Heyman the batter. The catcher with Shelton at second. Swing and a miss. Fastball 93 at the knees.
And that's the best barrel Florida's caught off of Lampkin in either of these contests.
Agreed.
That ball was well struck by Kobe Shelton.
He's at second. Leadoff double. 2-0 Aggies here in the second. Lampkin peeks back. 0-1 home. Swing and a miss.
The one thing about Florida, there's a ton of raw juice in their lineup. The guys can get the ball at the ballpark, extra base hits, but there's a lot of swing and miss in there as well. So just because you get yourself into a tight spot with a double doesn't mean you can't pitch your way out of it.
136 home runs for Florida. 0-2. On the inside corner, 3 pitches, 3 fastballs, 3 strikes. Now 3 strikeouts for Lampkin.
It's a really well-executed pitch. It's a fastball to his glove side with Heyman all over the plate, and he sticks it right there on the inside corner.
Batter is Ashton Wilson.
As a hitter, there's nothing you can do with that. It's literally, you're taught, don't get beat away with 2 strikes. But if he fuzzes and stuffs a fastball in underneath your hands, there's really not much you can do with it.
At second is Shelton, 1 away. Fouled off Jackson Appel. Take a little time. You can hear home plate umpire Adam Dowdy making sure that Appel's okay. He lost the earpiece. He's going to have to reinstall that. Adam Dowdy will go between home and the mound and toss Lampkin a new baseball. Now follow with Appel as Max Wiener will give him either a new earpiece or new communication device.
It looked like it broke it completely.
Yeah. Here's Hutch coming out as well. And this is for Adam Dowdy. 1, making sure Appel's okay. 2, making sure it's communication and that there's no strategy involved, because then it becomes a conference. And Max is talking to make sure that Jackson can hear in that earpiece. So not a defensive conference. But if there's any strategy whatsoever, that would have been a conference.
Yeah, that's a good call, Andrew Monaco. It's like you've sat in a baseball booth before.
A lot, not nearly as nice as this one. 0-1 is the count to Ashton Wilson. Shelton at second. Check swing. That might have been the change, huh?
No, it's still the
slider?
2,300.
Got you with that spin, yeah. So 0-2 now on Wilson. Wilson was in the 3-hole, moved down to the 6-hole. One of the hottest hitters for Florida coming into the College World Series. 0-2. Got him, swing and a miss. Struck him out, back to that fastball. 4 strikeouts for Lampkin.
Well, and you go back to the 0-1 slider, and it's elevated in the middle of the plate in terms of location, but because it's got good movement on it, it's fooling these Florida hitters. You get a check swing on a slider in the middle of the plate, the pitch before, and then you get up the grip and rip old country hardball to punch him out.
Here's Dale Thomas. Sorrell in left is about a step to his right towards the line, and Jace is the deepest of the outfielders in right. 2 down, Shelton at second after the leadoff double, back-to-back strikeouts. Here's Thomas on the outside corner with a slider. It's 0-1.
And there's been a lot of different speeds with this slider, right? It's been 81, it's been 85. That may have been something that they've tinkered with because it was such an effective pitch against Florida on Saturday night.
0-1 to Thomas, the right-handed hitting third baseman. Peek back to second with 2 away. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Thomas expanded the zone there. Again, these Florida bats, they're free swingers. And when they're on the ball, you saw what they can do this morning against Kentucky.
Yeah.
They can put a crooked number on you in a hurry.
0-2 the count to Thomas. Shelton at second, 2 away. 2-0 Aggies in the second. The pitch. Out of play right side.
It's a good job of covering that. So Lampkin had just gone to that spot and got the wave through the pitch before. Comes back, dots it on the outside corner. As I said, you don't ever want to get beat with 2 strikes out there. Thomas extends, flips it out, and sees another pitch.
2 for 4 against the Aggies on Saturday. 3 hits overall in this College World Series. Shelton at second, 2 away. 0-2 to Thomas. Here's the pitch. High and away, 1-2.
Well, it's a big at bat here. You don't want to see Donay coming up next with 2 down and 2 on.
Yeah, he's the epitome to get to the plate.
Well, he's the epitome of the Florida lineup, Bronny. A lot of swing and miss, but the ball goes a long way when he hits it. He had a couple earlier today. Yeah, he almost hit one to Iowa earlier today.
Here's the 1-2. Has grounded foul wide of third.
It's the right pitch call. I'm wondering if he missed too far in there. He had his eyes kind of set out, right? Everything's been away. So I was wondering if he was going to try to backdoor that slider there and just kind of yanked it a little bit. It's a good job by Thomas fighting it off.
Another 1-2 coming to Thomas. Right-handed hitter against the lefty Lampkin with 2 down and a runner at second. The pitch. Served out of play right side over the Aggie dugouts.
I think that ball's another batter's box.
He's not leaving anything to chance, right? With Adam Dowdy?
It speaks a little bit more to the free swinginess of Florida, right? Like, that's never going to be called a strike, and you still moved at it. There is expanding the zone with 2 strikes, and then there's what Dale Thomas just did.
Wide stance in that right-handed batter's box in a squat. Lampkin comes set, glove below the belt. 1-2 the count to Thomas. Pitch comes home. Too high with a fastball. It's 2-2.
This has been Florida's most competitive at bat. I'd say this has even been more competitive than the Shelton double.
Yeah, that was earlier in that count. Shelton off second, that leadoff double, then 2 strikeouts later. Now 2-2 the count to Thomas. Peek back to second. Pitch by Lampkin. Foul just back into the nets. Thomas stays alive.
So this is one of those where it gets interesting if you're Max Wiener, because it's clear that Dale Thomas is seeing Justin Lampkin well, right? So what can you do as a pitching coach to get that, just maybe create a little bit of doubt in his mind? What am I about to get? What am I seeing?
And Justin struck him out in their lone appearance on Saturday. Another 2-2 pitch home from Lampkin to Thomas. Over the nets, just below us.
We may get a ball today. That's 2 just below us.
Yep.
Well, if a ball does come in here,
we're deferring to Bronny. Is that the protocol here?
I've got zero faith that Will Johnson will save anybody in here, even Miss Laura.
First of all, I'm a little behind you guys.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to reach first.
Another 2-2 coming to Thomas with Shelton at second, 2 away. Lampkin looks back, comes home. Bouncing ball, foul wide of first, past Mike Rivera. In the first case coach's box for Florida, Taylor Black is the third base coach for the Gators. Sorrell has moved more towards that left field line. Chestnut has moved in.
I thought this was about to happen.
Max Wiener to the mound to talk to Justin Lampkin.
It's pretty clear that Dale Thomas he's comfortable with everything he's seeing right now, because he's fouling balls off out of the zone, fouling balls off in the zone. He's pulled foul balls. He's flipped them the other way. So this is just a strategy.
He wants something for the bat. He can't get it from a teammate. He doesn't want to run out of time. It's amazing. They offered him like 3 different. He wants it more on the top of that at bat,
you know
right?
what this really might be about, honestly, is, hey, he's seeing everything. Let's make him start the at-bat over. right? So I'm going to go out here, and I'm going to be out here for a while.
Yeah.
And all we're doing is trying to get his eyes off of you.
Interrupting rhythm.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. In a way, he got too comfortable.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
The rhythm of the game. He was in rhythm.
Yeah.
Stepping back into the box, seeing the ball well.
Shelton, the leadoff double. Then Lampkin struck out Heyman and Wilson. Now a long at bat to Dale Thomas. 2-2. First base side of the rubber for Lampkin. Comes home. Got him, swinging a miss. He struck him out. 5 strikeouts for Justin Lampkin through 2 innings. 2-0 Texas A&M. The third inning's next. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
Whether you have a swimming pool or looking to build one, trust the Pool Guy. With a large professional staff, the Pool Guy can properly maintain your swimming pool, saving you time and money. The Pool Guy is the only local service center trusted by all major manufacturers to service their products. Any pool repair, large or small, the Pool Guy's experienced technicians can handle it. For pool supplies, toys, and free water testing, visit the pool store. Trust the experience of the Pool Guy to ensure your pool construction and maintenance is done right. Call 575-6200 for the Pool Guy.
On game day, there's nothing better than yelling for the Aggies at the plate with a Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cold, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea for the 12th man. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Howdy, this is Travis Chestnut. You're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Travis and the Aggies have a 2-0 lead on the Florida Gators as we head to the third here in the semifinal round of the College World Series in Omaha. Give you a bracket update, and it's going to be a brief one because we're down to 3 teams left, these Aggies and Gators, because Tennessee earlier today punched their ticket to the finals. They beat Florida State 7-2, and Tennessee wins bracket 1 by going 3-0. And Andrew, that begs the question: the number 1 national seed, 25 years in a row, the number 1 national seed has not won the title.
Nope.
We're hoping the Aggies can continue that so-called
Absolutely.
curse. We're hoping A&M joins Tennessee.
Tennessee's played
in the finals.
They've played at a level here that's.
Jace takes a pitch away, 1 ball and no strikes.
Outside of that opener against Florida State where they had that mad rally to come back, they have walked through these other
Yep. 1-0. Jace out of play left side. Walked and scored in the first. He came home on the Caden Sorrell sacrifice fly.
Jace has scored a lot of runs this year.
Jace has scored a bunch of them. How about 84 to lead this team? There's a fastball that is just inside from Fisher Jamison. 2 balls and a strike to the left-handed hitting Laviolette. 3 on the right side of the infield. Thomas, the third baseman, moves to shortstop. The shortstop Shelton to the right of second base. Down and in, it bounces up there, 3-1. The center fielder Robertson is over towards right center, and even right fielder Wilson towards the line.
Kevin O'Sullivan really wanted that 2-1 pitch to be called a strike. You could hear him barking from up here.
First base side of the rubber for Fisher Jamison, the windup. Swing and a miss by Jace.
You hear Jace ask, was that on? And
he said no.
Said no. Jace did chase there.
That did have a little sink on that pitch, though.
Don't see him do that often.
No. 3-2 to left field. Putting up the glove to shade and shy of the warning track is Shellnut. 1 away.
Good at bat. He is real ginger on that hamstring. But, you know, you like him hitting balls where you kind of know the outcome soon off the bat, right?
Yeah.
He knew he didn't hit that ball great. It's right at Shellnut. Coast around first. If he drops it, fine, you'll stay there. But the one you don't want him hitting balls that's kind of in the gap.
That's out.
Missed outside, says home plate umpire Adam Dowdy. First pitch to Jackson Appel, the switch hitter batting left. Fisher Jamison on in relief. That fastball's outside corner. Thigh high, 1-1.
Could have left out the corner.
1-1. Batting left against the righty Jamison. Another strike. It's 1-2.
He is giving. That's the same pitch. It's off the plate, but it's been given twice in a row.
Infield plays Appel to pull. It's a fly ball to center field. Robertson to his left and in a couple of steps. 2 away. 2 flyouts for the Aggies. 1 to left, 1 to center. Here's Hayden Schott.
This is exactly what Fisher Jamison came in and did the other day. Gives it a single to Grahovic and then kind of has coasted through the rest of the A&M bats.
Yeah, A&M was doing it early against Florida on Saturday. Then the bats kind of went quiet all the way through that big inning on Monday against Kentucky.
Schott takes a fastball low. 1 ball and no strikes.
And look, don't get it twisted. Fisher Jamison is their number 2 most reliable guy in their bullpen after Brandon Neely. So this isn't some down-the-road arm that is being forced into action here late in the...
This isn't that old 10th man in the rotation who's the long guy, right, who's got to chew up innings.
Right.
Shortstop Shelton to the right of second base.
Man.
First strike to Hayden Schott. 2-1. He is basically behind second base and about 2 steps to the right. Curlin, the second baseman, is just on the outfield grass. Caglione is deep and to the line. 2-1. Served left side foul. Only Thomas was on that left side, and he moves deep almost to shortstop, does Thomas. The 3 outfielders play shot straight away. 2-2 the count to Hayden. Open stance from that left side. Pitch from Jamison. Way outside and away and high. It's 3-2 to Schott. With that walk. In that first inning, keeping that inning alive. Down the left field line, a little banana foul and into the seats.
That's a good cover from Hayden. Look, they're starting to probably talk in the dugout. It's a little wide, right? Especially with 2 strike, the plate's getting a little wide to the outside. So you got to be able to cover it. The 2-0 pitch wasn't even close. It got called a strike.
Towards the line goes Shelnut left. Shot, swing and a miss. Aggies get retired in order in the top of the 3rd. Fisher Jamison with his second strikeout. 2-0 Texas A&M. Florida comes to bat, bottom of the 3rd. This is Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what game days in Aggie Land are all about. Slovacek's has been a part of the Aggie community since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Aggies have loved for decades. So the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Aggie Land, look for Slovacek's at your local grocer or visit our store, featured on the Texas Bucket List on I-35 in West. Slovacek's, the official sausage of Texas A&M Athletics.
The Warehouse at CC Creations, a preferred partner of Texas A&M Athletics, is the Guinness World Record holder for the largest collegiate retail store in the world. With 28,750 square feet, the Warehouse offers thousands of products for every Aggie and every Aggie occasion. T-shirts, caps, drinkware, polos, crew necks, gifts, tailgating, graduation. It's a shopping experience like no other in the world. An Aggie tradition and your game day headquarters. Stop by the Warehouse or visit us online at thewarehouseatcc.com.
Howdy Ags, Andrew Monaco inviting y'all to visit Costa Vida Fresh Mexican Grill. Baja-style Mexican, made from scratch daily. Serving breakfast, tacos, lunch, and dinner. Aggie owned and operated. That is our friend Holly Johnston in South College Station. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. 2-0. Texas A&M leads Florida. 2 in the top of the 1st for the Aggies. Grahovac, Laviolette, and Schott all walked. Then Ted Burton, the bases loaded walk. Liam Peterson facing just 5 Aggies. 4 walks and a strikeout. Before Fisher Jamison came on, Caden Sorrell, a sacrifice fly, brought in Laviolette.
I think Fisher Jamison's retired every hitter he's faced. Now, Gavin did have the hit,
right,
but he was retired trying to stretch that into a double. So I believe it's not technically 7 up, 7 down, but in reality is what it is.
Yeah. Sack fly, fielder's choice to get out of the 1st.
Oh, 8 up, 8 down.
Brody Donay leads off. And that skips past Jackson Appel. 1 ball and no strikes. Donay against Kentucky. 2 homers, 1 slam, 3 hits. And he was 2 for 4 against the Aggies on Saturday. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Count to Donay.
He is a big old dude. He and Jack Caglione and Jace Lavalette, those are the kind of guys that, look, they could be putting on the pads in the fall.
1-1. Chop foul at the plate. Are you saying someone like Mike Elko could possibly be here and scouting?
He is here. Mike Elko, the baseball fan and Aggie fan, is here. Not even the head football coach.
That's exactly right.
He'll grab the binoculars when some of those Aggies in the bullpen toss the football around, though. He's going to want to see who's got an arm.
Hey, his quarterback wasn't a bad baseball player.
Nah, not at all.
1-2 to Donay. Pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's 6 strikeouts for Justin Lampkin. The only batter who has not been struck out was Kaggs on that little check swing, lofting soft liner to shallow left, caught by Camaril.
Well, and the only one that hasn't struck out on the slider was Dale Thomas to end the 2nd inning. But all the other ones have been these waves and misses at that slider.
Here's Michael Robertson. Lefty-lefty matchup. Grahovac even with a bag at 3rd. Slider down and away. 1 ball and no strikes.
Go back to Elko. I was on with Danny Cannell and Dusty Dvorak a couple of days ago, and we talked a lot of Aggie baseball, and then we get this pitch.
Deep on the right side, 1-0. Down the left field line, but that will slice out of play. But that doesn't stop Caden Sorrell from saying if he can catch it.
And they asked me a lot about Aggie baseball and just my thoughts on the series coming up. And then they asked me about Connor Wigman. And as Danny Cannell said, am I right that Connor Wigman is the most underrated quarterback in the country, in the SEC? I forget how he phrased it.
The 1-1 skips past the Pell, 2-1.
So we got to talk. I got to talk about Connor a little bit, and I said, well, what's funny is if Connor had chosen to do both sports at Texas A&M, he might be in Omaha, Nebraska, in the starting 9 for the Aggies.
2-1 to Robertson.
That's how good of a player he was.
Up and in, 3-1.
Well, this ball is going to be thrown, I would guess, center cut. You want the bat to move because the guy's standing on deck.
Sorrell is over towards the left field line, and Chestnut towards left center. Laviolette the deepest in right. Lampkin behind 3-1. Right down the heart, 3-2.
I think Michael Robertson may have had a take there. And a 3-1 count with Jack Caglione hitting behind you.
We'll see what happens on this pitch, but I don't agree. Here's a 3-2.
No.
Missed away, ball 4. I mean, I know he walks, but 3-1. He's not going to get many 3-1 counts. Well, not from Justin Lampkin.
Here's my line of thinking, though, is that if he swings and puts the ball in play and he's out, then A&M can do whatever they want with Caglione here.
Yeah. They can't go 3 outfield, right? So Comedio to the right of second base. Grahovac to shortstop. Kent to shallow right. Burton will hold on Robertson. Chestnut is over towards right center. And Laviolette is a step in front of the warning track in right. Swing and a miss. The slider.
Do you know what Caglione's on base percentage has been in this postseason?
Oh, postseason? Let me go look at that.
No, I think it's like over 600.
Yeah, because he's moved it up to almost 550 for the season. Outside, 1-1. Trying to see. At one point, they had everything all broken down postseason, and
this guy's going to hit 30 to 40 homers in the major leagues, I think.
Wide stance in that left-handed batter's box. 1-1. Swing and a miss. He's got him slightly off balance on the first 3.
It's this slider, and I don't know if it's because Lampkin's got a little lower arm slot that he's having trouble picking it up, but you just haven't seen many disjointed swings ever from Kaggs like this.
No, but Schlaw said this game's going to come down to 2 strike and 2 out hitting, and this is 1-2 with 1 away runner at first. Out of play left side.
He's so good with 2 strikes, though. He, as wide as he is with less than 2 strikes, he goes even wider than that, and he gets off the barrel.
Yeah, he used to be way more up and down.
He doesn't lose, like, okay, he may lose a little bit of exit velo, so he's going to go hit it from 117 to 110?
Stance encompasses the entire box.
Now Burton is behind Robertson, who drew the one-out walk. 3 on the right side of the infield with Kent shallow right. Grahovac at short. Bouncing ball through the left side for a base hits. Through the vacated third base. First and second, one away. Here in the third.
That's a nice piece of hitting, but in some ways, are you okay with that?
Sure.
You're fine. It's just first and second. It's not 2-2.
It's interesting that they went back to the fastball. I thought for sure they'd go slider because he'd seen so many of them and been like kind of disconnected. And that ball's off the plate. And he just beats it into the ground away from the Aggie shift. At 108, by the way.
Aggies have turned 4 double plays in the postseason. First pitch fastball is a strike to Cade Curlin. First and second, one away. Florida in the bottom of the third, 2-0 Texas A&M.
To your point, Will, every time Jack Caglione swings and it's not a home run, is a win.
Yeah. If he's just on first base, you're okay.
0-1. Curlin back up the middle, knocked down by Lampkin, and that's going to benefit Florida. It caromed back. Camarillo was going up the middle. Justin tried to field it, hit off the glove, goes to shortstop. Everybody safe, bases loaded.
We're going to look at this. I think if Justin lets this go, it's a double play ball to get out of the inning. It's going to be close, but I think as good a fielder as Ali is, and it's a natural instinct, right?
Yeah, I think Justin himself was thinking, I'll turn the 2.
Yes. Yep. But he did reach outside of the frame of his body, and that is something that you coach and you try to instill in them that you don't have to reach. If you have to reach, it's at an infielder. But in the game, when it's adrenaline's flowing, it's just a natural reaction to try to stab that ball.
Walking 2 singles for Florida. They have the bases loaded. First offensive conference for the Florida Gators. This is Tyler Shelnut.
So now it's about minimizing. The second inning, you got a leadoff double and struck out the side. Now you got bases loaded, 1 out. It's about minimizing if you can.
Lampkin's first pitch is away, 1 ball and no strikes. He struck out Shelnut to complete a 1-2-3 first inning.
Nobody throwing in the pen yet for the Aggies.
First base side of the rubber, always from the stretch for Lampkin. Bases loaded, 1 away, 1-0. Out of play right side. 1-1.
Infield's back all the way around, so unless it's a ground ball back to Lampkin, the double play will go through second base. A comebacker will go right back in front of him to home.
Bases loaded, 1 away, 1-1 to the right-handed hitting Shelnut. At the knees on the outside corner, it's 1-2.
Now the Aggies do get Christopher Cortez up in the bullpen. He just started throwing.
Yeah, you can hear it from here. No, that's the mic in the right field bullpen.
I'm not so sure you couldn't.
1-2, swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 away with the bases loaded here in the third.
There's one thing about Justin Lampkin, and I've watched him pitch going back to his days in summer ball at Corpus Christi, Cal Allen. He's the same guy. You don't get much out of him. Sometimes to Jim Schlossnagel's chagrin, he wants a little bit more out of him. But nothing phases him. He just kind of keeps cooking, right? And it's very kind of Evan Aschenbeck in that way. But job's not done.
No.
Really dangerous hitter in the box here.
7 strikeouts for Lampkin. Shelton doubled off him. Leading off the second. Bases loaded, 2 away. Popped up left side. Sorrell, Grahovac, Camarillo. It's Camarillo with a sliding grab in foul territory, leaving the bases loaded.
Big time, Justin Lampkin. Go get in that dugout and get you a nice cold cup of Gatorade.
Through 3, 2-0 Texas A&M. Aggie baseball from Learfield.
This is Ryan Swope fighting Texas A&M class of 13. Now that I'm not catching footballs, I'm playing golf at the golf club at Texas A&M. The golf club at Texas A&M is an 18-hole championship golf course located in the shadows of Kyle Field. The club offers discounted rates to students, faculty, and staff of Texas A&M, as well as several membership options. To learn more, visit golfclubtamu.com or call the club at 979-845-1723. Thanks and gig 'em. The golf club at Texas A&M is a proud corporate partner of Texas A&M Athletics.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
The Pool Guy offers complete swimming pool service and maintenance with the best quality and a price match guarantee. Pool Store by the Pool Guy is located on William D. Fitch, next to HEB and proud to be Aggie owned and operated. Bases loaded, one out for Florida in the bottom of the third inning, and Justin Lampkin strikes out Tyler Shelnut and gets Colby Shelton in a lefty-lefty matchup to foul out Ali Camarillo. Foul ground just beyond third base. Called off Gavin Grahovac. Bases left loaded for the Gators. 2-0 as we open the fourth.
The Aggies doing some good to start trying to figure out Fisher Jamison. He has been really good for Florida in both of these appearances against Texas A&M. And Gators do have some action up in their bullpen.
For Florida.
Tough to see.
Ted Burton leads off. Just starting to get loose. He's beyond that where they sit. Actually, two pitchers start.
Yeah, they're just stretching the arm right now.
Yeah.
There's not any throwing yet.
Burton, the bases loaded walk, his first time up, and the first pitch, almost like an overhand slider, more of a curve, is low, 1-0.
So we've talked about there's different types of sliders. And so much so that we've completely renamed one of them.
No, it's Dan.
The sweeper?
The sweeper,
Yeah.
right? But even still, there's still two more shapes of sliders. There are sliders that Fisher Jamison throws that is over the top, but still has vertical break, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the one that's more like Cortez, where it's that sharp, hard break.
Gotcha.
To the side and down, right? The angle of it is down toward the plate and away. And then what you've got was what Josh Stewart throws, which is the sweeper, which is way more horizontal than anything.
2-1 to Burton, leading off the fourth. This is in the gap in left center field with a little bit of carry and trapped down in left center on the warning track by Michael Robertson.
That's an outstanding play by the Gators center fielder. He covered a lot of ground and robs Teddy Two Bags of another double. What a play. .102 off the bat of Teddy. If he hits at 104, that's either against the wall where Robertson can't make a play or it leaves the ballpark.
But a good sign.
It's a good swing, yeah. I mean, just tip your hat to the defender there.
And a good sign off Jamison, right?
Yeah, Gavin had the 109, so they have hit some balls hard. But Jamison's been great at attacking the strike zone.
Swing and a miss, Sorrell. Slider down and in. Back foot slider. Swings over top. Caden drove in his 38th run. Sacrifice fly in the first. 2 in the first for the Aggies. 2-0. They have that lead as he bats with one down, bases empty here in the fourth.
Nope.
Fastball away, 1-1. Playing him to pull on that infield. Mostly the middle infield, although Thomas does slide to his left at third. Outfield straight away for Cade, 1-1. That's that overhand slider, stays high.
It's
2-1.
You watch Michael Robertson make that play, and it's crazy for me to look at Florida's record with the caliber of athletes they've got standing out there, right?
Yeah. 2-1. Cade the other way, foul. Now we'll get out of play down the left field line.
That's why, you talk about the most talented teams here. That's why I thought it was Florida, Tennessee, and Texas A&M, and they're the last three standing. And, a fully healthy Texas A&M looks the exact same way. You just kind of scan your eyes across the diamond and go, athlete, athlete, athlete.
That to me, Bronny, is the separator of teams.
Especially at this level, to get to this level.
Caden the other way down the left field line, and that will slice into the seats. Giving it a long run with Shellnut, the left fielder. And that is, look, there are 8 deserving teams here. I know we're down to 3. But you can notice a difference. And sometimes there's a bias of seeing a team 65 times. But I agree with you. It's just the athleticism of A&M is what just jumps out at you.
Yeah, in Florida the same way. And, you know, we were talking earlier about the Kentucky team. You know, you have to give a ton of respect and credit for what they were able to do all year. But you looked at them top to bottom and go, do they really have the same amount of talent as some of the other teams in this bracket? And eventually it came back to bite them. Still a sensational year for the Wildcats.
Something I'm sure Coach Mingione will build on. 2-2. Sorrell again fouled out of play, this time over the Florida dugout third base side.
And this bracket was half ACC, half SEC. If the ACC won a game, it was against their own conference.
Yeah.
They didn't win any games that they faced off against the SEC.
Nope. Now Thomas is deeper. He's in that hole between third and short, that 5-6 hole. And over towards the line is Shellnut in left. And another 2-2. Sorrell lifts this one. This will stay fair, and it is Shellnut over towards the line. Caden retired, 2 away.
Yeah, this is the difference between Peterson and Fisher Jamison, right? It's like if you keep fouling balls off of Peterson, his command will, you know, your percentages of him missing the zone go up. It's not with Fisher Jamison. He's older, he's more experienced. It's a little funky the way he throws, and it's all over the strike zone.
Here's Ali Camadillo.
Arm talent only takes you so far.
Correct.
And I'm not down on Liam Peterson. I'm sure Kevin O'Sullivan isn't either.
No.
That kid's going to start a lot of games in his career in Gainesville, but this is what pitching looks like.
Missed away.
I mean, you were sitting here looking at all these misses, right? You say miss away. They're not by much. Like, he is all around the strike zone.
1-0 to Camadillo. Hit into a fielder's choice to end the first. Takes that pitch inside. Had an idea. Took it for a strike. 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Fisher Jamison and Ali Camadillo. 2 down, bases empty. We're in the top of the 4th. Ball and a strike. Going in, 2-1. Ali has reached in all 7 games of the postseason. 2-1. That slider's a strike. It's 2-2. He's hitting 6 of the 7 postseason games. Now a 2-ball, 2-strike count to him with 2 down. To his counterpart, Shelton, the shortstop. To his right, fields and throws. Camadillo retired again. The Aggies retired in order. In the top of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th is next. 2-0 Texas A&M. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
in Texas.
I need a pool guy.
The pool guy is the guy. He's taken care of my pool for years.
What's his name?
My guy? The pool guy.
Yeah, but what's his name?
The pool guy.
Does he sell pool toys?
Yep, just go to the pool store in Tower Point Shopping Center.
So let me get this straight. Your pool guy is...
The pool guy.
And he has the pool store with pool cleaning and service guys?
You got it. And he builds new pools and renovates existing pools.
I'd still like to know his name.
It's the pool guy. 575-6200.
This is Max Crawford. You're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
The Aggies have a 2-0 lead as Florida will come to bat against Justin Lampkin in the bottom of the fourth inning. 2 in that top of the first for the Aggies. Those are the runs that have been scored in this one. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification all along the Texas A&M Sports Network. Barker's Heating and Cooling is proud to be the official heating and cooling provider for Texas A&M Athletics, earning your seal of approval since 1974. A lot's changed since then, but our pride in Aggie baseball and our commitment to providing great service remains as strong as ever. Barker says, Gig 'em Aggies. Here in the fourth, it's Luke Heyman, Ashton Wilson, Dale Thomas. Interesting for Jim Schlossnagel, you are scouting two teams and you have an idea that we might do this against Florida, we might do this if it's Kentucky.
And it's played out almost identical to the first time you played.
Yeah. First pitch swinging, fouled straight back by Luke Heyman.
And the only difference is when Justin Lampkin took the mound in the fourth inning in that game, they was up 3-0. That's the only difference. The Aggies had chased Liam Peterson. Fisher Jamison was in the game. Same thing we've seen happen tonight.
Yep. Justin went the first three, and he starts the fourth. 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. But that was by design to get to Cortez and Aschenbeck on that late Saturday.
Sure, and now that you can kind of know how things have played out, you're going to give Lampkin a little bit more leash.
2 strikes on the right-handed hitting Luke Heyman. Got him, swing and a miss. He struck him out. How about 8 strikeouts for Justin Lampkin?
So slider, heater. And again, the heater is not well located, but because he's just been around the strike zone so much with that slider, it's playing up, right? So whatever the numbers and the spin rate tell you, what do the Florida swings tell you? That they're not picking it up, or maybe they're caught in between because the slider action has been so good.
Ashton Wilson. Right-handed hitting right fielder against the lefty Lampkin. Shows bunt, does bunt. As he's pulling the bat back, he bunts it foul behind home plate.
That's a sign of a guy that don't really want to bunt.
Can't bunt a ball fair when your bat is angled foul.
Or coming back.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Kevin O'Sullivan's going, you don't want to bunt, and then you take that swing?
It's a great point.
I think you should want to bunt more.
Yeah. Slightly to pull on the infield for Wilson. Base is empty, 1 away. 2 strikes on Ashton Wilson. High and away, 1-2.
So that has been the only big misses for him, has been 2-strike fastballs to right-handed hitters up and away, uncompetitive.
Wide stance for Wilson in the right-handed batter's box. The 1-2. Bouncing ball, charging Camadillo on the grass. Fields, throws, got him. You know what? I'm going to say this. Stop saying you're safe before you hit the bag. That cost Ashton Wilson.
I'm going to say this. Stop hitting the ball at Ali Camarillo if you want to be safe.
This is not an easy play. This just gets past the mound.
Are you kidding? This is an incredible play. On the run. Pushes the glove through it on an in-between hop, throws off balance.
I'm sorry, I take this back. Consider yourself safe. Make the safe sign before you hit the bag. There's no, I don't even know if Kevin O'Sullivan even wants to see Ashton Wilson back in the dugout now.
He didn't strike out, which is what a lot of the guys have been walking back to the dugout.
Here's Dale Thomas. Lined. Ali Camarillo right there. At bottom of the fourth, brought to you by the Aggie shortstop. That's our Mas Fajitas Mas Hustle plays of the game. Mas Fajitas, proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. 1-2-3, go the Gators. In the bottom of the fourth, the 5th inning is next. With Texas A&M leading Florida 2-0. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on an Aggie win. Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of Texas A&M Athletics, serving Aggie Nation with rich and smooth blends, crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the Texas A&M family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better way than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Texas A&M, our goal is to build champions, and we need you, the 12th man, to be a part of that like never before by joining us in our official NIL partner, Texas Aggies United. Join Texas Aggies United today. Here's the website, TexasAggiesUnited.com, and help build the best NIL program in the country. I'm going to say the same thing about Camadillo at short as I say about every swing for Braden Montgomery and every minute I watched Boots in basketball. I just enjoy every ground ball. He's so much fun to watch.
Every time Devon A-Chain touched the football.
Oh. Caden Kent, first pitch from Fisher Jameson here in the top of the 5th.
He has retired how many in a row now?
Are you counting?
I'm going to count Gavin, yeah.
He's retired every Aggie. If you think about it, then it's 11. Sack fly, fielder's choice. Kent, that soft liner to Shelton at short. His first time up. It's 1-1. Caden fouled off the end of the bat, rolls to the Florida dugout, third base side. The lone hit is Gavin Grahovac, a single with 2 outs in the second. He tried to stretch it into a double. Tried a swim move at second, was called out. The call confirmed on the Aggie challenge. Playing Kent to pull on the infield. And he fouls that straight back.
Caden Kent, man, he's so stinking competitive. And the 1-1 pitch is in the other batter's box. He swings and fouls it off. That pitch, because he's expanding the zone, it's in the middle of the plate, and he swings like it's 18 inches off the plate again just to stay alive. But that's what he did in the Super Regional, and then cold-cocked a grand slam out.
Takes a pitch just outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count.
And Fisher Jameson knows that. You can see him nibbling, and that's probably on the scout report is you get ahead of Caden, see if you can expand the zone on him.
Left fielder Shelnut is about 3 steps to his right towards the line. First base side of the rubber for Jameson. 2-2 to Kent. He keeps that alive. Which is interesting because when you see catchers and the pitch is nowhere near, let's say, or just off the plate, when you see that catcher point to the pitcher, that's exactly where that catcher wanted that pitch, correct?
For sure. Get a shot of Jeff Kent on the TV broadcast.
Kevin O'Sullivan saying, I'm glad we're not throwing to Jeff.
Yeah, but the Aggies need another infielder.
Again, out of play, left side. 2-2, the count remains to Caden Kent.
The Florida bullpen is set down. Fisher Jameson's been awesome. 62 pitches here in the top of the 5th inning.
Another 2-2 to Caden Kent. Line down the right field line. That's down. One hopping off the wall. Caden to second. And that's a leadoff double for Caden Kent.
What did I tell you? He fights, and finally he gets his cookie, just like he did in that Super Regional game. And he spins on a 92-mile-an-hour heater and one hops the wall in right field. And we talked about it enough that the baseball gods shined on us, Andrew Monaco. We talked about he's retired everybody he's faced. Aggies need a base runner.
We welcome Bronny into the Broadcasters Reverse Jinx Hall of Fame.
I'm learning.
But that's Caden, right?
You've taught me a lot this year.
Caden now 9 for 20 in the NCAA tournament. He was a 280 hitter when the NCAA tournament started.
Chestnut bunts foul behind home plate.
And now Caden, after entering the NCAA tournament with a 280 average, hitting 450 in the NCAA tournament.
I like what he said. Don't tell me what I'm hitting.
He didn't want to know.
Don't tell me what I'm hitting.
You're doing fine, Caden. We can bring it up. It's all good.
This ball's got to be bunted to third baseman if you're going to do it.
Down and away.
You don't want it bunted. That guy playing first base is a freak show.
His arm, if Aggies have to understand, that's Braden Montgomery's arm. Charging at first.
Remember, he's had issues.
Yeah.
The velo's been down. He had a chance to throw in that first game today and didn't look good.
1-1. Travis takes a belt high strike, 1-2. So Kaggs will move back. Thomas will also move back, still in front of the bag at third. He's just off the cut of the grass. Kent the leadoff double, 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Man, it's a bad at bat. You just call it what it is, man. Poked at a bunt to start the AB and fouled it off. Then got it bunt taken off, and he took a center cut heater and then chases on a slider down and away.
Here's Grahovac. Kent at second, now one away. Gavin singled to left center. Thrown out, trying to stretch it into a double. Bounces. Kent back to second as Heyman kept that just to his right.
Be interesting to see how careful they want to be with Gavin. Obviously, hit the ball hard last time. He's hit the ball hard twice off of Fisher Jamison, but and this might be what this conversation with Kevin O'Sullivan is going to be about is, look, you're going to make him hit that slider that's down and away. Okay, don't overthrow it, land it. That's where he has struggled. I don't think, though, you're keen on walking him and putting two guys on for Jace. But again, like that's where I think, you know, I hate to be hyperly critical of these kids because I know they're giving their all, right? But the at-bat from Chestnut needs to be better.
It was just really surprising because he's so good handling the bats.
Yes.
And to your point, he sees that Kaggs is charging. I thought it was good that he laid off that slider away because if he bunted it, he was going to bunt it right to Kaggs.
Well, and so in a runner at second situation, you want to bunt the ball at the third baseman because much like in football, you deal with conflict defenders in an RPO game, you deal with conflict defenders in baseball. The third baseman's in conflict on a bunt with a runner at second because he can't vacate his area until the ball is down, right? Because if he vacates when they show bunt, you'll steal the base behind him. So that bunt should have been trying to go to third the entire time.
1-0 to Grahovac with Ken at second, one away. He drills this one into left center field. Back on his horse, not going to get it. Kent will round it, bounces over the wall. That is an RBI double for Gavin Grahovac. It is 3-0 Texas A&M.
That ball was absolutely crushed. 106 off the bat to the deepest part of the yard, just to the right of left center. And the Aggies kind of catch a break here because Caden Kent couldn't tell if Michael Robertson was fixing to make another sensational play on a ball to the left center field gap. And so Kent has to hang out at second. If Michael Robertson gets a clean bounce off of this wall, I don't know that you're going to be able to score Caden because he was so close to second base when the ball hit the ground.
But Grahovac sizzles that ground rule double to left center. 3-0 A&M, and here's Laviolette. Fastball, first strike. It's 0-1. That's now back-to-back hits for Grahovac. He leads from second. Kent has scored. 3-0 A&M here in the top of the fifth. One strike on Laviolette, who has walked and flied to left. Outside, 1-1.
If that 0-0 pitch would have been a ball, I wonder if they would have just put Jace on. Because he's clearly mitigated on how he can move. The one place where he's not mitigated in terms of his talent is in the batter's box.
1-1, the count to him. Swing and a miss. Tied him up, down and in. 1-2.
He's fighting through it, isn't he?
Yep. Certainly is. 3 on the right side of the infield. Outfield plays him to pull. Thomas, the lone fielder, he's the third baseman, and he's deep and towards the hole. 1-2. Bounces up there, blocked. Grahovac reading that ball in dirt, stays and goes back to second base.
Yeah, Luke Heyman, that's 2 really good blocks this inning.
This is a Florida catching crew. Just 10 pass balls and just 3 for Luke Heyman. 44 wild pitches, and he saved a couple already in this one. 2-2 now to Laviolette. Fisher Jamison comes set, peeks back at Grahovac at second. Sends the 2-2 home. Grounded foul past Targac in that first base box. Still 2-2. Jace will get a little bit of time as that ball boy gets that foul ball.
It's crazy to watch guys like Jace and Christian Moore and Jack Caglione take separated two-strike swings, and that was 98 from Jason. He's way out in front. Caglione's two-strike ground ball earlier, 107.
Hovac off second. 2-2. Low and away. 3-2. And again, it's where Heyman wanted it. It was off the plate. Jace took it. Jace knows the strike zone. He'll earn a 3-2 pitch. Hovac, the RBI double. Driving in Caden Kent, who led off this inning with a double. 3-0 Aggies. 3-2. Called strike 3. Struck him out.
It's a slider up and in. Gets Jace. Good pitch.
Now bring up Jackson Appel. Now activity in the Florida bullpen. The longest outings for Fisher Jameson have been 4 innings. He did it twice. Once against Tennessee.
Buckled Jace a little bit on that slider.
Jay Clemente, who pitched against Kentucky earlier today, is up and throwing. Appel, switch hitter, batting left against the righty Fisher Jameson. Fastball down the heart for a strike. It's 0-1.
I guess Kevin O'Sullivan's going to wait to see if his offense will come alive before getting Brandon Neely into the game.
Two down. Grahovac at second. The run is in. 3-0 Aggies here in the 5th. Found straight back. 0-2 to Jackson Appel. The 4 innings came against Clemson. That was 11 days ago in the Super Regional, and back on the 3rd of May against Tennessee. But he has gone over 3 innings 10 times. He came in with 1 out in the 1st. Now there's 2 out in the 5th. It's his longest outing of the year. Down low, there goes Grahovac, no one covering. He steals third base.
Yeah, it really wasn't a great jump, but because of where Dale Thomas is playing with a left-handed hitting Appel, kind of standing directly in the 6 hole. And it was essentially turned into a race between Thomas and Grahovac to the bag.
Gavin wins. Now 1-2 to Appel. 90 feet away. Infield plays Appel to pull. Down, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And why is that important is what has Luke Heyman done twice this inning?
Block pitches.
Block spike breaking balls.
So to me, it's one of 2 things. If he doesn't, a run scores, or do you have to elevate? You got to trust him, or does Jackson get a better pitch?
Well, Jace got an elevated one and actually worked to Jameson's benefit.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Heyman has to throw out Appel. He does. Grahovac came hard down that line just in case, but the Aggies strand the runner at 3rd, but they add another run on the RBI double by Gavin Grahovac. Driving in Caden Kent, who led off the 5th with a double. TX Whiskey, bottom of the 5th, next. 3-0 Texas A&M leads Florida. Aggie baseball from Learfield.
I'm Ethan Hawke, native Texan, here to talk to you about Texan icons. See, there's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Daryl. You've seen him on billboards and TV. This trash barrel reminds us to keep our state clean so you don't mess with Texas. Next time you think of Texas icons, remember Daryl the Barrel, who's always reminding you don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day. Offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Now time for the bottom of the 5th, brought to you by TX Whiskey. Proud sponsor of the Texas A&M Aggies. Raise a glass, make some noise. Gig'em Aggies, 21 and up, please drink responsibly. TX Whiskey, our way.
So, guys, we always keep that 90-foot chart that the Aggies also keep down there in the dugout. Chuck Box, the official word. I try to keep it unofficially each game. I have the Aggies halfway through this one at +7. And they were a +8 in the top of the first inning because there were 4 walks. When you walk the bases loaded, then walk in a run, all those walks keep giving you extra bases on top of that. The Aggies were a +8 in the first inning. All I have is them giving 1 walk back at this point. Have A&M as a +7. I did check with Chuck Box.
Yeah, how'd you do?
I thought we had a +4 in there.
Yeah.
He said it was +1 against Kentucky is what he had. Still a plus, and the Aggies still a plus in every game.
It's a tough judge from Bulgaria down there.
Well, the bigger thing is we're asking Will Johnson to do math.
That's that in itself.
There's only so many fingers, right?
Oh, problem. Weston Moss up and throwing.
With Chris Cortez.
1 strike on Brody Donay.
I got a sneaking suspicion I know what that's for. I'm going to hold it to see if I'm right. If Weston Moss is coming into this game, I think it's for one reason.
Number 14 of Florida or no?
Yes.
Certain pitch, 1-1 the count to Donay. On the outside corner at the knees, it's 1-2.
See, I've taught you well.
You've taught me a ton, my friend. Yes, you have.
I'm a volume shooter. Say a lot of stuff. You're going to be right every now and then.
1-2 the count to Donay.
What is it? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take?
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 9 strikeouts for Lampkin.
These Florida hitters are missing a lot, 100% of the swings they don't take.
And Justin Lampkin in Omaha
again.
7 1/3 innings in Omaha this week. 15 strikeouts.
By the way, that's a Texas A&M school record for strikeouts in a game in the College World Series.
The 9 here tonight.
Look at me with my stats.
Here's Michael Robertson, lefty. He's the
bit of a
historian,
walk.
Fouling straight back.
And the thing is, so that walk was important because it did start a little bit of a Florida rally. And anytime the guy gets on first base hitting ahead of Jack Caglione, it just makes you a little bit nervous, right? And that's why that run in the top half was such a big run, I thought.
3-0 Aggies. 1 down, bases empty, 0-1. Robertson now down 0-2 as he fouls that off.
If you remember that walk to Robertson, he didn't even move the bat. And I think that's, those are the kind of walks you hate, right? Because you never gave yourself a chance to compete in the at-bat.
2 strikes on Robertson. Sorrell over towards the line and left. Fastball up and away, 1-2. So Robertson walked. Caglione singled through vacated third base. Curlin singled back up the middle off Lampkin's glove. Since then, Justin's retired 6 in a row. The final 2 of the third, 1, 2, 3 in the fourth, the first here in the fifth. Ground ball to second base. Caden Kent is there. Fields throws 2 away.
Now, Cortez was up and throwing hard, like he was getting ready to come into the game. But I think you let Lampkin throw to Cags here. Or do you walk him?
Now you go 4 outfielders as Grahovac goes towards the line. Sorrell in left center, Chestnut right center, Jace deep in right. Kent plays from second base in shallow right. Camarillo to the right of second base, Burton towards the line. The entire left side vacated for Caglione. 2 down, bases empty. And that's a topper up the first base line. Burton fields, Lampkin covers, got him! 1, 2, 3. Florida's retired here in the TX Whiskey. Bottom of the 5th. Cags, first pitch swinging. Tops to Burton. Lampkin covering. PFP to perfection. 5 complete. 3-0 Texas A&M. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
In Texas.
Howdy, Ags. This is Bob McLaren with 44 Farms in Cameron, Texas, only 50 miles from College Station. I'd like to personally invite you to enjoy our premium, all-natural Angus beef by visiting 44steaks.com. We're honored that our Angus beef with no added hormones or antibiotics is served in many of the most celebrated restaurants and memorable family gatherings across America. 44 Farms, the official beef of Texas A&M athletics.
Hey, this is Ryan Targosh. You're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
The redshirt freshman Jake Clemente comes in for the Florida Gators. 2 innings in the 15-4 win over Kentucky earlier today. That was the first of the triple header here in Omaha. No runs, a hit, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts for Clemente overall. Clemente's 17th relief appearance. He started 2 games, 2-0, 5.08 ERA. Fisher Jamison allowing just the 1 run on 3 hits, 4 2/3, his longest outing of the season.
Fisher Jamison again did exactly what Florida needed him to do. Kept the game close. As much firepower as the Gators have in that lineup, this thing is far from over. Again, Andrew, we saw this exact same scenario play out just the other night.
Yes. Yes.
Where it turned into the Aggies were in hold on for dear life mode.
Yeah, it really was. In that bullpen, right-hander Luke McNelly is warming up. So is righty Alex Philpott, who also pitched earlier today.
Philpott's a kid they just got back off the injury list, and they're excited about his future.
3 on the right side for Hayden Schott. Just Thomas on the left side, the third baseman. Fastball away from Clemente.
And speaking of futures, this is another one of those freshman arms for Florida that you're going to hear his name called an awful lot over the next couple of years.
Clemente?
Yes.
1-0. Swing and a miss. You know, Ronnie, there's certain guys, it's just, you want to be a pitcher, go play for Kevin O'Sullivan.
Sure.
Right? And he's not the only one, but there's certain guys like that. 1-1. Fastball on the outside corner, thigh high.
Dave Van Horn?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Glove in front of his face, the 1-2. Slider low, 2-2. Now, Dale Thomas moves as if he's playing in the hole at short. Just to the left of second base and on the outfield grass is the shortstop Shelton. Kurland plays him to pull. Kaggs a step towards the line. Infield to pull, outfield straight away for a shot. 2-2. Way outside, 3-2.
Clemente was super sharp in that game earlier today against Kentucky. I think it's like 24 pitches in 2 innings.
There's a 3-2 to Hayden Schott. Low, ball 4, leadoff walk.
It's such an integral part of these Mike Early, Jim Schlossnagle offenses. They've set a school record for walks this year as a team. They've been in a top 5 nationally each and every year in that category since Jim Schlossnagle's been here. You have to look at it as a weapon for what they do. It's not just taking a walk. It's an offensive weapon.
This is Ted Burton, robbed of extra bases by Michael Robertson in the gap in left center. Fastball, inside corner, for strike. 0-1, 94 on that fastball. Burton, bases loaded walk in the first. Robertson robbed him of the double in left center. That was leading off the 4th. Shot the leadoff walk here in the 6th. Slider missed.
It's hard to tell which one of those guys in the Florida bullpen is getting ready to come into the game, isn't it? They're both throwing.
They both got up at the same time, right? 1-1 to Burton. Shot the leadoff walk. Short lead at first, held on by Caglione. Burton chopped foul. That off the home plate umpire, Adam Dowdy. Heyman makes sure of him, and Luke's going to walk towards the mound. Give the umpire some time. We are all mic'd up, courtesy of ESPN and the NCAA, and don't know if you can catch those cameras on the umpires, giving you a great, great look here. And I don't know if Heyman will be charged with this visit or not. This could be to help the umpire. I'm not sure. He is going to the mound, though.
They're taking note of it at second base. The umpire got his.
Yeah, it would be the second by the. It'd be the second by the fielders. Again, you get 6, 3 for the fielders, 3 for the coaches. Fielders can borrow from coaches. Coaches cannot borrow from fielders. And then you get additional visits in extra innings. So shots on first, but Careless Whispers playing as Ted Burton bats.
As the kids would say, the organist is in his bag.
Yes, he is.
What's your guys' take on the organist? I like it.
I love it.
The old school in me.
I'm a huge fan.
Loves the organist.
Especially creative.
Yeah.
Like
some good tunes.
Vince Lashide in Pittsburgh was one of the absolute best.
Even some modern tunes coming from the old school organist.
By the way, John Benedict, is it? The Cubs organist is here?
Is that who it is?
How fun is that?
It's not a bad one to go get. Wrigley Fields.
No. 2-2 the count to Burton. Shot the leadoff walk off first. Down low, 3-2. So Clemente, who walked shot, now 3-2 to Ted Burton. And that's 2 misses after catcher Luke Heyman.
During the 4-hour delay on Saturday, Bronny and I were trying to guess the rain songs that were coming from the organist. I think we got about 2 out of 3, didn't we?
3-2 to Burton. Bad.
Not bad at all.
Into left center field by Ted Burton on a line. And that is caught this time by the left fielder, Tyler Shelnut, and shot back to first.
Man, Teddy has peppered 2 baseballs tonight to the gap.
Second time he's robbed of 2 bags.
Right. And that's an important play because I would think if that ball gets down, it's going to be second and third and a new pitcher coming into the game for the Gators. It's a big play by Tyler Shelnut. Ends up making it on his feet, but he did go a long way and ran it down in that left center field gap.
Here's Caden Sorrell.
Tough luck night for Teddy. 107.
Sorrell sac fly first time up. He's also flied to left. 3-0 Aggies. We're in the top of the 6th. Clemente from the stretch, the right-hander's pitch, way outside. Again, the second time that he is throwing today. First base side of the rubber for the right-hander. 1-0 to Sorrell. Down and away, 2-0.
He's throwing hard. I mean, it's been 94 to 96, so you never know with a freshman coming back to throw for the second time in a day, kind of how his body's going to respond. But the numbers on all of his stuff look pretty good.
277 against righties is Caden Sorrell. And now he's going to step off as there's a visit to the mound.
Have they changed? Is that Neely now throwing in that? That is.
Neely there, but he just got up, if I'm not mistaken. McNally stopped throwing.
It's just Neely.
It's now just Neely.
Listen, he's thrown 340 pitches in the NCAA tournament. He's warm.
Not at 74 degrees.
I'm just making a commentary on how much if you're throwing that much, how much do you really need to get loose?
You know, Schlaw says on Evan Aschenbeck, right? I really don't like to bring him in when we're behind.
Right.
Sometimes you don't have that luxury.
Well,
right?
Florida certainly doesn't have it today, right? Because it's
going to be it.
Yeah, it's going to be it for Clemente. Here comes Neely.
He's going to inherit a 2-0 count.
So this is Kevin O'Sullivan firing his bullet.
Yep.
He says that the scoring, A&M's advantage has got to stop right here, and so he's bringing in one of the best relievers in the SEC.
Pitching change for the Florida Gators. Hayden shot the runner at first. 1 out. 2-ball, no strike count to Caden Sorrell in the top of the 6th. Texas A&M holding a 3-0 lead on Florida. We'll step aside. You're listening to Texas A&M Baseball.
On game day, there's nothing better than yelling for the Aggies at the plate with a Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cold, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea for the 12th man. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See all for details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Brandon Neely is the new pitcher. for the Florida Gators. Second appearance in this College World Series. 2 innings, no runs, a hit against the Aggies, 3 strikeouts. Then on Monday against NC State, 3 innings, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts. And as Bronny said, the number of pitches for him, regional, super regional, and College World Series, if Evan Aschenbeck is Jim Schlossnagel's all-time pitcher, his rubber arm is Kevin O'Sullivan's.
Yeah, and he's got to do it. And the Aggies have, because of the work of Justin Lampkin and, the bats. And I think A&M, they've got 3 hits, but I'm okay with how they've swung the bat today.
Yeah, the outs have been a lot louder, I thought, than Saturday.
They've been in the center of a lot of baseballs.
Yeah.
And, if one of those Teddy Burton shots to left field gap get down, this whole thing may look different. But, and Kevin O'Sullivan certainly knows that the number of hits doesn't determine the quality of contact. And he's seen it with his own eyes, so he's got to go get his best guy to stop it here.
So 2-ball, no strike count is what Neely inherits to Sorrell. Another right-hander. And for Brandon Neely, 3 and 4, 5 saves, a 5.09 ERA. First pitch swinging is Sorrell. Fouled straight back.
I like that. What is it going to be when a guy comes in the middle of a count, 2-0, sell out for a heater? And he got one kind of in the middle of the plate and fouled it straight back.
Sorrell lined out to right against Neely in the 8th on Saturday/Sunday morning. Slider missed away, 1-1.
So you talk about velocity and spin rates and how it affects things. So Fisher Jameson's fastball was in the 2,000, 2,100 rate on the spin rate.
3-1 to Sorrell. Swing and a miss, 3-2.
Clemente's was in the 2,200 range. The first one he threw to Caden Sorrell from Brandon Neely, almost 2,500. Really high spin rates for a heater.
Shot off first, 1 away, 3-2. Caden drills this one to right center field. That's got a little bit of carry. That's going out over the wall. Caden Sorrell, a 2-run home run, and the Aggies lead 5-0.
Well, he got another center cut heater, and he buggy whips this one out to right center. A massive swing for the true freshman from Dallas-Fort Worth. That rocket ship keeps taking off for number 13, Andrew Monaco.
First Aggie home run in Omaha. Halfway into Game 3. They've kind of been doing it in a different way, but we said this would maybe be a little more of an offensive day. You can get a ball out of the yard today, and Caden Sorrell does it.
This young man, I told you, if it's a stock, you better buy it.
Too late now.
2-run home run, and again a walk, a leadoff walk. Slider, Camadillo, strike. 0-1. Sorrell now 11 homers, 3rd RBI of the game, 40 on the season. The 0-1 to Ollie. Fastball down the heart, 0-2.
It's a big swing, but you need more. Make Neely uncomfortable if you can. It's tough. These are tough at-bats coming for the Aggies, but you can do it.
0-2. Chop foul.
That's a win, right? Like that. When a guy is as good as he is on the mound, it's like Chris Cortez, and you get him to 2 strikes, how many can you foul off? And regardless of the result of the at-bat, it gives a little juice to your dugout.
Exactly, yep. It permeates the rest of that line. Not just the lineup, that dugout, you're right. 2 strikes on Camadillo. Called strike 3, struck him out. 2 away. For Caden Kent.
And again, how big now is that play by Shelnut in left field on the ball that Burton hit?
Yeah, I know. Instead of a 2-run home run,
it's a 3-run homer, yeah.
Or would Neely have come in clean against Sorrell and not inherited a 2-0 count?
Sure, he might have.
Yeah. Caden doubled and scored in the 5th. Slider down and in, 1 ball and no strikes.
You were talking earlier about how the walk is kind of a weapon in a Michael Early, Jim Schlossnagel offense. I think it's 3 of the walks that have come home to score tonight for the Aggies.
Fastball low and inside, 2-0 the count to Caden Kent. 3 outings ago, Neely 3 runs on 5 hits in 4 innings against Clemson. That fastball's at the knees, 2-1. But 5 of his last 6 outings were scoreless. He had a rough stretch in his final 2 weekends of the SEC. Kent into left center field, tracking it down, Robertson, and he makes another running catch. That is his second for the center fielder of Florida, Michael Robertson. This time, robbing Caden Kent of extra bases. But the Aggies get 2 in the 6th on the 2-run home run by Caden Sorrell. Bottom of the 6th next. It's 5-0 Texas A&M leading the Florida Gators. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
They're not just the Aggies, they're your Aggies. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Aggie pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Aggies. That's wellsfargo.com/Aggies. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official bank of Texas A&M Athletics. Copyright 2024, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what game days in Aggie land are all about. Slovacek's has been a part of the Aggie community since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Aggies have loved for decades. So the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Aggie land, look for Slovacek's at your local grocer or visit our store, featured on the Texas bucket list on I-35 in West. Slovacek's, the official sausage of Texas A&M Athletics.
Christopher Cortez has come on for Texas A&M's. Our Wells Fargo between the base paths. We'll tell you about what Justin Lampkin did. 5 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts for Lampkin. This after 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, no walks, 6 strikeouts for Lampkin. 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk, 15 strikeouts for Lampkin. And on comes Christopher Cortez. He pitched 3 innings against Florida in this College World Series opener. 65 pitches for Cortez in 3 innings. A run on 4 hits. And he was the bridge to Evan Aschenbeck.
And he had a good night, but I don't think he was as sharp as we've seen Cortez be. You know, Florida was able to hook a couple of those sliders down the left field line, had a couple go for doubles, and you know, they scored a couple of runs off Chris.
Now the right-handed flamethrower. Slider low. 1 ball and no strikes. I love something I read from his dad had posted after Saturday/Sunday. And the friends of the Cortezes. 1-0. Slider low, 2-0. And like, he was great. He said he got himself a little trouble. And Carlos said, well, sometimes it's of his own making. 2-0 for Cortez, who always pitches from the stretch. After Lampkin went 5 innings, the left-hander gives to the right-hander Cortez. And he's missed on 3 sliders. It's 3-0. 70 pitches for Lampkin. 54 of them were strikes.
I think Florida's adjustment is going to be don't swing at it. Right? Make him throw it for a strike. It's hard to do.
And he threw 4. Out of the strike zone, a leadoff walk by Curlin. Tyler Shelnut, the batter.
Yeah, that was 4 non-competitive ones.
Well, before Chris gave up the 2 earned to Florida on the Saturday-Sunday game, he had a stretch of 15 2/3 without allowing an earned run. He was pretty hot coming into Omaha. Got to find that for him.
Missed with a fastball down and in. He hasn't thrown a strike yet in 5 pitches. Weston Moss going to get back up.
Josh Stewart as well, looks like.
Righty-righty matchup. Tyler Shelnut missed again, down and in with a fastball. Even though it was 100.
And Josh Stewart just took his first toss. Down in the pen.
Here comes Max Wiener. Max Wiener to the mound. Break and Play is brought to you by La Casa Tequila. Take some time to enjoy the rest of this game responsibly with La Casa's smooth tequila for rugged country. We can also step aside 10 seconds for station identification all along the Texas A&M Sports Network. Leadoff walk on 4 pitches to Cade Curlin. And then the first 2 pitches to Tyler Shelnut. 2 fastballs have missed. 2-0 to him. Necessitating Max Wiener, the Aggie pitching coach, coming to the mound. The Aggies have a 5-0 lead. Leadoff man aboard with a walk for Florida here in the bottom of the 6th. And a 2-ball no-strike count to Tyler Shelnut. 10-game hitting streak for Shelnut. Lampkin struck him out twice. High and in, 3-0. Chris has not thrown a strike yet.
Well, not an ideal formula with a 5-0 lead.
3-0. Nope. Missed inside. First and second. Having not thrown a strike, and that's it. Jim Schlossnagle, it's going to be 2 batters.
I think this is a right call.
It's disappointing.
But it's you don't have it. Don't sit around and wait and see if he can find it in a game where you've got a 5-0 lead.
Well, that's what Florida did in the top of the first.
Yes.
Yeah. Peterson didn't have it. Had to go get him.
Josh Stewart comes on for the Aggies. He's going to inherit 2 on. Nobody out here in the 6th. Pitching change for Texas A&M. We'll step aside. You're listening to Texas A&M Baseball.
The Ranch Harley-Davidson in College Station is your go-to headquarters for anything and everything you need Harley, including riding gear for kids. The Ranch also offers Riding Academy new rider course that teaches you the skills you need to ride. The Ranch is a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Check out the Ranch Harley-Davidson on Facebook. Visit the website at theranchhd.com or call 690-1669 for all upcoming events. That's the Ranch Harley-Davidson, Highway 6, South College Station.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what game days in Aggie Land are all about. Slovacek's has been a part of the Aggie community since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Aggies have loved for decades. So the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Aggie Land, look for Slovacek's at your local grocer or visit our store, featured on the Texas bucket list on I-35 in West. Slovacek's, the official sausage of Texas A&M Athletics.
8 pitches, all out of the strike zone for Christopher Cortez. He's out of the strike zone. He's now out of this game. And he hands the ball to right-hander Josh Stewart for Texas A&M, who against Kentucky on Monday, Josh went the final 2 1/3. A run on 2 hits, a walk, 3 strikeouts. When he came in for Ryan Prager, who brought a no-hitter into the 7th, he inherited runners at first and second, 2 away. And on 3 pitches, he struck out pinch hitter Patrick Herrera. He would end up striking out Herrera for out number 27 in that 5-1 win. 2 on, nobody outs. For their cleanup hitter, Colby Shelton, 1 for 2 off Justin Lampkin, a double. And he fouled out with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and Ali Camarillo making a sliding grab in foul territory beyond third base. Here's Stewart. Fastball, slider, cutter for the right-hander. First and second, nobody out. That slider's a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, and Shelton's had the best swing of the night for the Gators, 3 hits, and his was the only one that came off the bat with any kind of authority.
That was the double to right, leading off the second. Bouncing ball, that's to Burton. He backhands.
Good
His
decision.
only play is to first. Shelton's retired, second and third, 1 away.
Good decision once he didn't feel comfortable with his feet, right? Ball to his backhand, and he looked at second, but just didn't have a good platform to throw from. Made the wise decision to just take his out at first base. See, he stumbles a little bit when he catches it.
And it took him away from first base, making it a longer run back there. But able to set his feet enough to...
Righty to Luke Heyman. Fastball's a strike.
So it works like a sac bunt, essentially.
But take the out, right? Because you're one out closer.
Yeah, well, you're not at the point where you're looking at that, but it's just... outs are the only finite number in baseball. You're going to run out of them. Go get them.
Second and third, one away. Off the end of the bat towards the Aggie dugout, Braden Montgomery ducks. He's just pounding the top of that dugout. He's excited for Josh Stewart. 2 strikes on Luke Heyman. Fastball is going to be in the 90s. The cutter upper 80s. The slider around 81 for Stewart's. Here's the 0-2.
Oh, that's it.
Stayed inside with that slider, 1-2. He said he's added that cutter this year with Max Wiener. He's no longer, the slider's always been his out pitch. But he's added some MPH to the fastball and that cutter. The grips are similar, but it gives him 3 different speeds. Second and third, one away, 1-2. Got him swinging a miss. He struck him out. That's the slider, 2 away.
Look at the spin rate, 29.11 on that sweeper. Starts in the middle of the plate and just, you're never going to reach this because of the horizontal break. If you start moving at it, you're going to run out of bat. I mean, that is a frisbee, Andrew Monaco.
Throws it with confidence, doesn't he?
Intent, confidence that has come from the tutelage of Max Wiener.
Could not agree more.
And Heyman, so frustrated. Same with his head coach, Kevin O'Sullivan.
Ashton Wilson. Here's the thing. The slider was away. He gets that first strike by coming front door.
Yeah, and that one kind of backed up on him, and you never intentionally do that, but sometimes it works.
Second and third, 2 away. The 0-1 to Ashton Wilson. Fouled out of play right side over the Aggie dugout. It's 0-2 again.
That one was similar. Just kind of backed up on him twice. Spin rates are good, but he's kind of letting it go a little bit behind his head. That's why you get that backup action out of it. When he gets it across his face and really rips through it, he's going to get that one that he got to Heyman.
See if he goes fastball here like he did to Herrera. Nope, the slider swinging a miss. He struck him out. Josh Stewart does it again. He inherits 2 on and he leaves 2 on.
And you're starting to feel the Florida frustration from up here.
Empty in the bottom of the 6th. The 7th is next. 5-0. Texas A&M. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
They're not just the Aggies, they're your Aggies. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Aggie pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Aggies. That's wellsfargo.com/Aggies. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official bank of Texas A&M Athletics. Copyright 2024, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Each patient is unique. That's why our team of cardiovascular experts is committed to healing every kind of heart. St. Joseph Health is the region's first accredited chest pain center. From heart failure to arrhythmias and cardiovascular surgery. For hearts that love, care, comfort, and heal, we treat them all. Learn more at st-joseph.org/cardiology.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball all season long, tune to SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 374. Do that in your car or on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team, your favorite conference. You'll get your favorite live games, plus interviews and analysis. Get a free trial. SiriusXM.us/SEC Radio 2023. Josh Stewart inherits first and second. Nobody out. Ground ball to Ted Burton. Gets the out at first. Second and third, 1 away. Strikes out Luke Heyman. Strikes out Ashton Wilson. So Travis Chestnut leads off the 7th with the Aggies, leading 5-0.
I've got a question for our boy Bronny, because I'm an old school guy. He knows that. The terms we've been hearing all year long, past couple years.
Chestnut is hit on the first pitch by Brandon Neely here in the 7th.
Get on base however you can, young man.
See if he can make them pay now on those bases.
Got to wear 91 in the bicep.
And here's Gavin Grahovac, who is 2 for 2, single, RBI double, walk, run scored.
So the question to Bronny, the past couple of years, we hear the cutters, the sweepers, the sliders. For an old school guy like me, the term curveball is becoming a thing of the past, isn't it?
No, it's still around, but it's all based on spin axis.
Mm-hmm.
So the curveball spin axis is going to be more vertical, like a tumbling action.
Swing and a miss by Grahovac. First
so
pitch
some
fastball.
will still throw it.
Yeah, I think you saw some of the relievers from Tennessee. They've got one. One of the Florida State big right-handers had one.
But you would say more rare?
I don't know if they've completely gone away.
There goes Chestnut. Ground ball back up the middle. Travis is safe at second as it's fielded by Curlin. Grahovac retired. So by running, stay out of the double play.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Jim Schlossnagle would never tell Gavin Grahovac not to swing the bat with one strike. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that wasn't a hit and run. That was Travis is on his own going to steal. But I think Neely's got a big leg time. Like, it's big, giant, rock himself back. He's relying on the stuff to get guys out rather than holding runners. So it worked out for the Aggies, but, I mean, Chestnut had that bag stolen clean.
Florida has to be aware. Thomas at third. Good job by Heyman. Reading ball in dirt, and the throw is fielded by Thomas, but the head first slide by Chestnut. He's safe.
That is an incredible read, and Heyman didn't even think he was going. Travis, early ball in the dirt. With one out, you want to be aggressive. Watch, Heyman does a good job smothering this, but he thinks, oh, hey, I smothered it. He's not going. Then he has to hurry up and get to his feet, and he spikes the throw.
And again, Thomas can't get there in time. So Chestnut at third. The right side of the infield has three. They're in. Thomas remains on the left side. He's in. Jace. Fastball down the heart, first strike. 1-1.
The reason why you pitch to Jace here is because Neely can strike anybody out.
Yep.
I would imagine this is going to be a contact play. Chestnut's going to try to time up a swing and go on a ball down.
High and away, nearly overthrew his catcher. Heyman's been an MVP behind there in this game.
Heyman and Michael Robertson in center field.
Two great catches, robbing Burton and Kent. And Shellnut. Fastball, inside corner, 2-2. Chestnut at third, one away. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Jace is going to call timeout. Neely's trying to strike him out. Jace is trying to put this in play somewhere, correct?
Yeah, because you are going to go in contact. You're going to force Florida to throw Chestnut out on a tag play.
Hit by a pitch. Chestnut advanced to second on a ground out. To third on a ball in the dirt. 2-2 to Jace. Up high, 3-2.
Jace, you can tell he's not seeing the ball well. He moved at that pitch. It's up around his shoulders.
Full count, Laviolette. Chestnut at third, one away. 5-0 Aggies in the seventh. Here's the pitch. Jace found straight back.
It's a good job. Good job of battling, man.
So Chestnut hit by the pitch. Running on the pitch to Grahovac. Grounded back up the middle. He was at second. Grahovac thrown out. Chestnut then to third on what is ruled a wild pitch. He comes down the third base line. One out. 3-2 the count to Jace Laviolette. 3 on the right side of the infield, 1 on the left, all in. Neely from the full windup, the 3-2 to Jace. Called strike 3, struck him out. The second time tonight he's taken a called third strike. 2 down, Chestnut at third.
And both times they've been on pitches in the same area of the plate. The first time against Fisher Jameson was a slider up and in. This time, this is a really well-executed pitch by Brandon Neely. Look where he's throwing that. I mean, that's at the top edge, inside part of the zone at 95 miles an hour with that ride. If Jay swings at that, all he's going to do is foul it off. It's a good pitch. Sometimes you got to tip your hat. And where you go back and look at that at bat, Andrew, is the 1-0 fastball that
the 1-0 fastball
right down the middle.
Yeah. That's the one he could have. When I say damage, he can get Chestnut in. Slider's a strike. It's 1-1 to Appel.
And you hate to leave Travis there, but obviously you don't want to take the bat out of it. I'm sure they're searching for where is a hole where Travis can maybe, on a throwback or something, try to swipe a bag.
Swing and a miss by Appel. It's 1-2.
Because I feel like Appel tonight, much like Jace, just hadn't seen the ball well.
No, 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. Make it 3. So Neely gives Florida exactly what they need. Stranding Chestnut at third and keeping this a 5-0 game. It's the 7th inning stretch. It's brought to you by Texas Mutual Insurance Company. Texas Mutual reminds you that a good stretch is good for your health. So get up, stretch, move those muscles throughout the day. To the bottom of the 7th, where the Aggies have a 5-0 lead on the Florida Gators. This is Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day. Offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say, Ford is the best in Texas.
I'm Ethan Hawke, native Texan, here to talk to you about Texan icons. See, there's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Daryl. You've seen him on billboards and TV. This trash barrel reminds us to keep our state clean so you don't mess with Texas. Next time you think of Texas icons, remember Daryl the Barrel, who's always reminding you don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
This is Jace Laviolette. You're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Chasing the Aggies the 5-0 lead as we move to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Josh Stewart remains on for Texas A&M. His second inning of relief. Justin Lampkin, the first 5. 3 hits. Shutout baseball again for Lampkin in this College World Series. Cortez, 2 walks. Stewart came on to get the 3 outs in the 6th. Now 7, 8, 9 in this Florida order. That is Dale Thomas, Brody Donay, Michael Robertson.
Still a lot of work to do for the Aggies on defense. These two teams have played so many. They played 4 times. They've all been close games. You just feel like Florida's got a run in them somewhere, right?
Stewart always pitches from the stretch. Krahovac even with the bag at third. Slider stays high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, what Bronny was talking about. 3 games in Gainesville, 1 here in Omaha. 2-2, the series is tied, and if you want to go with the aggregate score,
to right field but foul.
Prior to tonight, the aggregate score between these two, A&M 23 and Florida 22. That's just how close it's been. I mean, the series in Gainesville split the first 2, and the last one was decided in the final at-bats. Here in Omaha, the game on Saturday that went into Sunday, decided on the final at-bat.
Fouled straight back, 1-2.
And that's just how close it's been between these two.
Yeah. That was,
and you don't really breathe easy when there's a trip to the CWS finals on the line here.
And the team in that dugout says Florida across their chest.
Yeah. And you mentioned the talent already. I mean, it's a ton of it.
1-2. Too low. 2-2. Schlaw says you're either playing a hot team, talented team, or a talented team that's hot.
Yeah.
That's Florida. 2-2 the count to Dale Thomas. Leading off the bottom of the 7th. Would not chase that slider.
Dale Thomas has had good at-bats today.
Well, that first one ended in a strikeout, but that was a long at-bat. He fouled off a number of pitches from Lampkin.
His next one, he hit a 105-mile-an-hour rocket into the chest at Volley Camarillo.
Yep. So now 3-2. Leading off the 7th. Ground ball to short. Ollie's there. Throws out Thomas.
Suave. We're running out of chance to watch that guy take ground balls, you know. He'll be off to professional baseball, where I hope we get to watch him on our TV screens for a long time.
I'm with you.
Well, the Jim Schlossnagle lineage of shortstops. Cole Kaler, Hunter Haas, Ollie Camarillo.
Well, we talked a lot this year about how spoiled we were watching Hunter Haas play every day. Different style as shortstop, but last year when you hit it at Hunter Haas, you were out.
Yeah.
Same deal with Ali.
Brody Donay, the batter. Slider's a strike.
And Ollie's been more than fine with the bat. You have to replace the Hunter Haas, who was at about 330. Ollie's been 300 or above pretty much the entire season.
One strike on Donay. One down, bases empty. Pitch from Josh. Down and away. 1-1. Playing Donay to pull on the infield. Straight away in the outfield. Jace is the deepest in right. Righty-righty matchup. Stewart and Donay. Fastball down the heart for a strike, 1-2.
That's a guy in Brody Donay sitting on that slider, right? Because he just threw a center cut 92-mile-an-hour heater and didn't even move at it.
1-2 now. Pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went back to the slider. 2 away.
I mean, look at some of these spin rates that we're seeing tonight from Josh Stewart. It looks like the stuff's sharper today than it was 2 nights ago.
And I thought he was on point.
Hey, we're seeing fastballs at 92 miles an hour. And we talked about Brandon Neely's spin rate, Will, at 2,500. The one before to Donay, 2602 from Josh Stewart. That slider, almost 3,000 RPMs.
Golly.
Robertson takes a cutter down and in.
And that was nearly 3,000. 29.94.
Kent just on the outfield grass at second. 2 down, bases empty. 1-0 to the left-handed hitting Robertson. Fouled into the net.
And why is it important that you get Robertson out?
The man on deck.
Always.
Always. We go back to the Georgia series. Charlie Condon hit 3 homers, 3 solo home runs.
Yes.
For Georgia.
Yep. Exactly right, Andrew.
1-1. Pitch to Robertson.
No.
9 away.
2-1.
Fastball, 2-1.
And it's almost like because Caglione hadn't hit anything hard tonight, you're going, okay, when's it coming? Right? I hate to say that.
You always expect it's the next at bat.
Right.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Back foot slider. 2-2. Sorrell is over towards the line. Chestnut towards left center. Jace straight away and right. 2-2 to the left-handed hitting Michael Robertson against the righty Stewart. 2 down, bases empty. Stewart sends a 2-2 home. Got him! Swing and a miss.
Strike. He's out.
Throw to first to complete the outs.
Did it hit him on the foot?
But he swung. Should have been a dead ball strike. He's out anyway. That ball hit him in the back foot.
Another 1-2-3 inning for Josh Stewart. 2 more strikeouts. He has struck out 4 of the 6 Gators he has faced. 7 complete. 5-0 Texas A&M. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
I'm running back.
I'm with you.
Run him back.
Yeah, I don't mess with him right now.
I don't care if Caglione hits one off that bridge out there. Who cares?
What? So what?
Solo home runs don't matter.
Oh, look at this.
I'm at 30-20 on it.
What does your phone look like during a game? I can't stand looking at mine. Shesh talking about putting Will
JB
in a hammerlock.
Well, it's some new location. Canada, Wyoming.
This organist is killing it.
Valero stands ready right now. We're proud to partner with Texas A&M Athletics because together we are leading tomorrow with actions today. To the top of the 8th inning.
This organist is a real treat.
I am loving him.
He's playing Will Johnson's favorite song, "Man, I Feel Like a Woman" by Shania Twain.
Wow, he went there on me.
That's not degrading. You told me that in your day,
you know what?
You were known to frequent some places like maybe the Tap in College Station and get up on karaoke.
Shania Twain was fantastic.
You know, I dated a girl in college that looked like Shania Twain, only she was a little shorter and her face was different.
Didn't we
Other
all?
than that, right?
Didn't we all?
Other than that, here's Hayden's shot leading off. Takes a first pitch strike from Brandon Neely. 5-0 Aggies here in the 8th.
Does this organist know a little Robert Earl King?
Swing and a miss by Schott. It's 0-2.
There's the social media account. You can send the organist suggestions or a playlist. Yeah, it's like a jukebox up
Can
there.
I send him another insurance run?
if he can conjure
maybe
that
Hayden
up.
will do that
Yes,
for us.
Text Hayden. Yeah, you're going to have to go with him on that.
The 0-2 is high and away, 1-2.
You know what's funny, in the last inning, Florida had double barrel action going. Once Chestnut got on, and Brandon Neely worked right through the top of the A&M order.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out on 4 pitches.
It's big stuff, man. Like, there aren't many right-handed relievers in college baseball. A&M's got one wearing number 10. But in terms of how the stuff profiles, there's not many in college baseball like this guy. It's a crossfire action. If you're listening to us on radio and you don't have visuals, imagine Ryan Prager, how he strides to the plate, but from the right-handed side.
Ted Burton, the batter. Fastball, inside corner. Belt high for a strike. Burton is 0 for 2. Bases loaded walk. Drove in the first of the 2 runs in the first. And then he's been robbed twice in left center.
Loud 0 for 2.
Fastball at the knees on the inside corner, 0-2.
Here's my thing, too, though, man. Like, this kid on the mound doesn't need help. So, for him to get expanded zone calls early in a count, like, make it impossible on the hitter.
No. Tie, 1-2. That one's actually in the buffer zone. The one prior was down and in. But 0-2 is way different from a 1-1 count. Way different.
Oh, massive difference.
Yep. 1-2 to Burton. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts. He struck out the last 4 Aggies. Here's Caden Sorrell. He did not strike out Sorrell. 2-run home run off Neely in the 6th. Jake Clemente walked, Hayden shot. Then Ted Burton robbed in left center field. 2-0 count that Neely inherited. And Sorrell, 2-run home run to right center field.
Well, Mr. Neely had something to say to Sorrell there. I don't know if y'all heard that in our minds. We apologize if there are kids listening.
Fastball for a strike, 0-1. Caden's 11th home run, 3 RBIs tonight. He had the sac fly in the first, the 2-run home run in the 6th. Bouncing ball to Kaggs at first. To his right, Neely covering, uses that back foot, slides it across. Retires Sorrell. Bottom of the 8th is next. It is 5-0 Texas A&M. This is Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
This is Ryan Swope fighting Texas A&M class of 13. Now that I'm not catching footballs, I'm playing golf at the golf club at Texas A&M. The golf club at Texas A&M is an 18-hole championship golf course located in the shadows of Kyle Field. The club offers discounted rates to students, faculty, and staff of Texas A&M, as well as several membership options. To learn more, visit golfclubtamu.com or call the club at 979-845-1723. Thanks and gig 'em. The golf club at Texas A&M is a proud corporate partner of Texas A&M Athletics.
Bottom of the 8th inning, and Texas A&M has a 5-0 lead on the Florida Gators, and Josh Stewart for his 3rd inning of relief. Josh inheriting 2 on in the 6th. Retired the next 3. And a 1-2-3-7th for Stewart. And 4 of the 6 outs via strikeouts. So that is 13 strikeouts, 9 for Justin Lampkin. Right now, 4 for Josh Stewart. Top of the order, Jack Caglione. He is 1 for 3. Shallow pop beyond short, caught by Ali Camadillo, who's on the right side of second base. There are 4 outfielders, all 3 infielders on the right side. Grahovac is in left. First pitch, that cutter is a strike. It's 0-1. Kaggs has a single through the left side. It was vacated. He's 1 for 3, grounded out to first pitch swinging in the 5th. The 0-1. Out of play left side, it's 0-2.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for Jack Caglione because he's obviously a brilliant player. But I've enjoyed watching him interact with the game of baseball. Talked to Jay Slavilet about him. He has nothing but great things to say about him off the field.
2 strikes on Cags.
Goes down.
Ooh, he wanted to call strike 3, and that pitch is in the zone. It's 1-2.
And that's probably the reputation of Jack Caglione gets him a call there. That is strike 3. He starts revving the motor to that right arm starts raising to call him out, and then he gets halfway and then says no.
The 1-2 from Stewart. Foul right side.
Toward the Aggie bullpen where Evan Oschenbeck is now warming up.
You want to be an umpire in the College World Series, you got to make that call. If you want the plate. 1-2. Stewart to Cags. Pitch comes home. Out of play left side.
Look where this ball is. He just fouled off. Like his plate coverage and his bat to ball is just insane. And so when you freeze him on a strike, you need it called.
3 on the right side. Kenton shallow right. Grahovac in left. Left center Sorrell. Right center Chestnut. Deep and right by the warning track Laviolette. Left side vacated. 1-2 from Stewart. Bouncing ball up the middle. Camarillo just past him and into center. A leadoff single.
Incredible, man. You get halfway to calling the thing a strike. Your body moved to your punch-out call. And then you decide halfway that it was down.
I don't know what to tell you, my man. I'm with you.
The batter is Cade Curlin. I know it's not Lent, but I'm still not saying anything. Curlin, 1 for 2. Single, walk. Cags at first, held on by Burton. Swing and a miss at the cutter. 0-1. Stewart, third base side of the rubber. The 0-1 to Curlin. Slider down and away. 1-1.
It just felt like that was going to be such a demoralizing out for Florida, too.
Well, they've been frustrated here in these recent innings.
Fouled straight back. It's 1-2 to Cade Curlin.
Some of the guys that have gone down with men on base, the way they've gone down, there's some frustration in that Florida dugout. That would have just added to it if Caglione is rung up.
Bounce to single up the middle, leads from first, held on by Burton. Ball and 2 strikes to Cade Curlin in a righty-righty matchup with Josh Stewart. The 1-2 to the plate.
No, it's out.
Missed away with that slider, 2-2.
It's a good take by Curlin, right? That's a really competitive. It's in the zone for a long time. Just goes off the plate late.
2-ball, 2-strike count to Curlin. Nobody out. Caglione the leadoff single and leads from first. Stewart comes set, third base side of the rubber. 2-2. Out of play right side. Curlin single in the third. That was the one that was back up the middle, deflected off Justin Lampkin's glove towards shortstop. Just his second hits in this College World Series. Caglione leads from first. Burton holds him on. Kent shaded towards the middle. 2-2 again. Fouled at the plate. That catches Appel. We're at the bottom of the 8th. 5-0 A&M. Leadoff single, Jack Caglione. And Jim Schlossnagel to the mound. He's going to Evan Oschenbeck.
Look, I noticed the last couple of pitches, the spin rate numbers are a little down. And you're seeing a lot more contact, extending the at-bat with foul balls. You know, that's a direct probably correlation as they're looking at the analytics and going, okay, it's taking the stuff is taking a tick off. We've got our guy down in the bullpen ready to go. Let's go get the Brenham bullpen bell cow and bring him into the game.
This has to be a really nice moment for Josh Stewart walking off as well.
Be a lot nicer if he'd got a correct call to strike out the best hitter in the game.
Here comes the stopper of the year, Evan Aschenbeck, on to the mound. He's going to inherit a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Cade Curlin. A runner at first, and nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 8th. 5-0 Texas A&M. Aschenbeck is on. It's a pitching change. You're listening to Texas A&M Baseball.
On game day, there's nothing better than yelling for the Aggies at the plate with a Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cold, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea for the 12th man. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It means traveling the road together. Whether the highway is smooth or the road gets rough, Ford SUVs offer the technology, capability, and the confidence to see you through. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Evan Aschenbeck comes on for the Fighting Texas Aggies. 6-1, 10 saves. A 1.59 ERA. They have called on him in this postseason. He has gone 4 2/3. He's gone an inning and 2/3. The 4 2/3 against Texas. That was to get the win. 4-2 in 11 innings. An inning and 2/3 to get a save in Game 1 against Oregon in the Super Regional. 3 innings to get the save in Game 2 against Oregon in the Super Regional and send the Aggies to Omaha and against the Florida Gators early Sunday morning. 3 innings, no runs, 3 hits, and his 10th save. And he faces Cade Curlin, who hit the ball to right that Jace Laviolette caught over the wall in the 9th inning. It's a 2-2 counts. The lefty sends it home. Fouled out of play right side. And as you mentioned, Brawny, Curlin's thinking fastball. That's what he got, fouled it off right side.
Yeah, it's a little different scenario, though, when it's a 2-2 count. But, you know, Evan throws everything for a strike, so full arsenal here at his disposal in an advantageous count.
Cutter, fastball, change. Cags at first, peek over there by Evan. 2-2 home. Bounced towards the Florida dugout, third base side. Josh Stewart, 2 innings, no runs, a hit, 4 strikeouts, 30 pitches, 22 of them were strikes. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Curlin with Caglione at first. Nobody out in the 8th, 5-0 Aggies, 2-2. Bounces away from Appel. Caglione to second on the wild pitch.
Not sure if there's a lot Jackson could have done about that. That hopped out in front of him, and I got him up high before it caromed away, allowing Caglione to get to second.
Like a changeup that just flattened out once it hit the ground. It didn't really bounce up.
So Caglione at second. Full count now to Curlin. Pitch, lined, foul, left field side. That hooks, foul. So Cags back to second. Another full count pitch for Cade Curlin, the lefty Aschenbeck. The right-handed hitting Curlin with Caglione at second. Evan peeks back, sends the 3-2 home. Change is smothered at the plate, and it rolls to the Florida dugout, third base side.
It's a good job. These are good at-bats by Curlin. Much more competitive than the Gators have been for the majority of the game.
Outfield straight away, although Jace is about 3 steps towards the line and right. Another 3-2. Served down the right field side. That will slice foul past the Aggie dugout. The full camera well beyond these dugouts. Evan, glove at the belt. Peeks back at second. 3-2 home. Down low. Walk, first and second. Nobody out. For Tyler Shelnut.
Like I said, he just felt like Florida was they were gonna have a run in them, right? Too good of a ball club. These games have been too evenly matched for A&M to seemingly cruise to a win.
Shelnut 0 for 2. He has walked. He has struck out twice. First pitch swinging, grounds a foul wide of third. Not by much.
Again, you just kind of watch how things unfold. Aschenbeck's not getting any swing and miss.
A little bit towards the line is Grahovac at third. First and second, nobody out here in the 8th for Florida. 5-0 Aggies.
That's out.
Missed away with the change. 1-1. A ball and a strike to the right-handed hitting Shelnut. First and second, nobody outs. The 1-1. Fly ball right field. Jace over towards the line. Drifts back. Makes the grab. Caglione will tag out number 1 here in the 8th. First and third for Florida.
That ball carried a lot more than I thought it was going to, and a lot more than Jace thought it was going to. He ends up having to make that catch on a back pedal. I don't think he's going to have a shot to throw Caglione out going to third anyway, even if he's behind it. But, he took a circuitous route for sure.
I always bring up this story about Jace. It was early in the SEC season as a freshman, and he tried to do that one time. It was a runner going first to third on a single. He threw to third, allowed the back runner. It became second and third, right, instead of going to the cutoff man. Schloss met him coming in. Jace never made that mistake again. Lefty here. Fly ball, left field. Caden Sorrell over towards the line.
Throw him out.
Makes the grab, and Caglione will not tag out number 2.
It's a right decision by the Florida third base coach. You're not going to do that down 5-0 and where that ball was, and especially with a guy like Caglione, a decent runner, but not an elite runner. It's a big pitch by Evan.
And Sorrell's coming in, right?
Yep.
Is he another one we kind of get spoiled with in the left field?
Well, yeah. I never take his outfield play for granted. He's been sensational. Again, though, job not done. Evan knows that.
Nope. For Luke Heyman.
Luke Heyman, who was a spoiler in that series in Gainesville, hit the 2-run homer, I believe, late in that Sunday game off of Shane Sadeo.
Foul. That'll play right side. 0-1 the count to him.
Defensively, everybody's looking at a first and third scenario here, Andrew, but it's really not. You know what this scenario is? It's a runner at first and 2 outs. That's how A&M will play it. So if Florida tries something funny, they'll just step off, get the runner out at first. They'll allow the run to score. No big deal.
2 down at the corners. 1 strike on Heyman. Pitch from Evan. Swing and a miss. Went upstairs with that fastball.
It's the first one of those, I believe, by Florida since Evans come into the game, if I'm not mistaken. 12th man making a little noise.
Runners to the corners. 2 away. 0-2 the count to Luke Heyman. Swinging from the right side against the lefty Aschenbeck. The pitch. Up high. 1-2. Went fastball in consecutive pitches. Runner at first. Cade Curlin. The runner at third. Jack Caglione. Caglione singled. Curlin walked. 2 outs. Runners at the corners. 1 ball, 2 strike count to Luke Heyman. Pitch from Aschenbeck. Down and away. 2-2.
Caglione was really aggressive on that secondary. Obviously with 2 outs, You're runner at third. You're taught to be aggressive, super aggressive on any ball in the dirt.
Backhanded by Appel. Now 2-2 to Luke Heyman. Curlin at first, Caglione at third. With 2 down in the 8th, 5-0 Aggies. The pitch from Aschenbeck. That is fouled straight back.
A lot of fastballs from Evan. I wonder if Max Wiener is looking at the same data sheet that I'm looking at in TrackMan here and going, okay, maybe something's off with the changeup or the slider.
Sorrell is about 5 steps to his right towards the line in left field. Runners at the corners, 2 away. 2-2, the count to Heyman, the pitch. Called strike 3. He struck him out. And the Gators strand 2 more. 5-0 Aggies. We go to the 9th. It's Aggie baseball from Learfield.
It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day. Offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say, Ford is the best in Texas.
Whether you have a swimming pool or are looking to build one, trust the Pool Guy. With a large professional staff, the Pool Guy can properly maintain your swimming pool, saving you time and money. The Pool Guy is the only local service center trusted by all pool manufacturers to service their products. Any pool repair, large or small, the Pool Guy's experienced technicians can handle it. For pool supplies, toys, and free water testing, visit the Pool Store. Trust the experience of the Pool Guy to ensure your pool construction and maintenance is done right. Call 575-6200 for the Pool Guy.
Ese es Anderson García.
Esto es Christopher Cortez.
Estás escuchando
Aggie Baseball and Tejas A&M Sports Network.
To the 9th we go. Texas A&M has the 5-0 lead on the Florida Gators. Leaving runners at the corners there in the 8th. Evan Aschenbeck came on for Josh Stewart. They left 2 in the 8th. 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 6th. Bases loaded in the 3rd. Runner at 2nd in the 2nd.
Florida's 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight.
0 for 8 with 2 outs.
I'd be perfectly fine with them keeping that exact same stat line in the 9th.
Exactly. Exactly, Bronny. Here's Ryan Broninger. I'm Will Johnson. I'm Andrew Monaco. Tony O'Neill producing Aggie Baseball in our Learfield studios. And Ali Camarillo leads off for A&M. Against Brandon Neely. I am guessing the maracas had to be brought from Bryan College Station because I haven't seen a single one in Omaha. Camarillo is 0 for 3. Fielder's choice, ground to short. And he is struck out. Righty-righty with Neely. He gives you that, I don't want to say herky-jerky, that's not fair. Arms are, he brings the glove and the ball apart, and then he comes back, and he is always around the zone, is he not? Brandon Neely, 0-1. To right field and hit well by Ali Camarillo towards the Aggie bullpen, and it's off the wall. Camarillo rounding 2nd. He is heading for 3rd. This is a leadoff triple for Ali Camarillo.
Ali gets a center cut slider and does not miss it. Absolutely peppers this ball to right field. And Will, we talked about that wind kind of pushing it that way. It really took off on Ashton Wilson out there, and he ran headlong into that bullpen wall. We could hear that on our field mic, and he's going to be, the trainers are running out there to see him.
Because he did all he could to get that back in, but he ran straight into that wall, that bullpen fence.
So Ali,
I'm telling you, Ali with some oppo power.
And now hits in every postseason game but one.
But one.
That was the previous Florida game.
Yeah. I don't like the look on Wilson's face. I think he's concussed, guys.
That's what I'm thinking, Bronny. He's given the right answers.
He keeps looking down. Like he, I don't know, maybe trying to find a center of gravity.
Yeah. Holding above is if he hits the right tempo.
What is your? I mean, I'm not a doctor. Again, everything I learned about the medical professions from Will Johnson, but to me, this seems like this kid's seeing stars.
I'm a doctor. I'm a Shania Twain fan.
Yeah,
you're a Renaissance man.
Yeah,
I'm giving you a bunch of credit. Look at the Aggie bullpen scrambling here now.
Trainer's out. Kevin O'Sullivan out. Ashton Wilson, the right fielder, down on his right knee.
I'm wondering why the A&M bullpen just scrambled the way they did.
Ashton Wilson, he gets up, is standing there.
That scrambling, Brawny. Tanner Jones is throwing. And Brad Rudis is too.
The right side of that head goes into that padding on the fence.
That padding is padded, but that's a pole underneath it. So he's probably got, maybe 2 inches of padding before it gets to steel pole.
He's walking with the trainer and Kevin O'Sullivan towards the dugout.
This is a right move.
I agree here, Bronny.
You could just tell by the look that he was seeing stars whenever the trainer got out there and answering questions, but he didn't want to look up. He still don't look right on his face. That's a tremendous effort by a kid who's seen his outfield teammates make sensational grabs and had a chance to make one for himself and sold out for his club.
Kaggs is there to greet him. The entire infield is there to greet him.
Jalen Guy.
That's it. Jalen Guy goes to right.
Wilson just hit to end the last inning, right? It was he
leads off the ninth.
Wow. All right, now so here's the scenario as we get back to play here. With Camarillo at third and Neely on the mound, what do you do offensively? At the bottom of the order, Caden Kent has been great. Do you let Caden swing and then do you maybe try to squeeze a run in with Chestnut? But that run has to come home.
Agree with that. I agree. Can Caden drive a ball?
I got to imagine.
Remember, he lined out to left center field against Neely. It was the catch. Once again by Robertson.
That's right.
I'm not saying past his prologue, but he had a good swing on him. Jalen Guy is the new right fielder in the ninth for Ashton Wilson.
They're going to let Guy get some warm-up throws. Florida's got to bring the infield in here. You can't concede a run.
Can't. And that's really good speed at third.
But again, with a guy like Neely on the mound, it's...
Yeah, as you say, he's looking for 3 strikeouts, right?
Yeah, just like Cortez, right? Like, he can get himself into trouble and get it out real quick.
Here's Caden Kent with the infield drawn in. Caden, 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the 5th.
All right, here we go.
Lined out to left center field. His last time up off Neely from the stretch. Too far inside with a fastball.
I do not anticipate a contact play with no outs here. With 1 out, maybe you try to do it with Chestnut at the plate, but this will be a negative step read.
Ground ball. Fair inside the bag at first and down the right field line. Kent drives in Camarillo. It is 6-0 A&M.
Well, he sneaks one by Jack Caglione at first, and I'm not real sure why Caglione's not on his belly here, guys. I'm not saying he makes this play.
But you got to sell out to keep Camarillo at third.
We'll never know. Camarillo's not going on contact. He's going to see this ball through. It's a massive run.
6-0 A&M. Here's Travis Chestnut.
They're throwing hard in the A&M bullpen. I wonder if there's something up with Evan Aschenbach.
First pitch is a strike. It's now Caden Wilson, the lefty. Tanner Jones, the right. No, Zane Bidmaiv.
Yeah.
Strike thrower.
Oh, 2 Aggies got up.
Yeah, one was
Rudis and Jones. They're both down. 2 new Aggies are up.
Pitch to Chestnut. The other way, foul. It's 0-2 to Travis. Hit by a pitch. Stranded at third in the 7th.
What's Neely's pitch? Oh, there it is on the screen. 44. So 16 more, and Brandon Neely will have thrown 400 pitches in the NCAA tournament.
You okay?
Chestnut. Back in the box, down 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went upstairs. One away. Ken at first. RBI single for him. Driving in Ali Camadeo. And to the mound.
And that'll be it for Neely. I really thought Jim Schlossnagle, just because of the kind of night that Travis Chestnut had, he doesn't like bunting. He doesn't like sacrifice bunting, but just, again.
Let's go over that scenario because I like it, right? Camadeo, there's at third. So with Kent, he's not going to be the one to bunt. So you're giving him every opportunity. You don't know he's going to hit it inside the bag at first, but you want it to him with the infield in. Drive something, get Camadeo in. But if he does not, right? Now you're saying with Chestnut, the bunt comes in play, correct?
Sure, but I'm talking about even right here in this scenario. Because it's Neely, a high strikeout guy, and Travis has been, I mean, let's call it what it is. He's kind of been flailing at a lot of pitches tonight. You just, if he puts a bunt down, even if it's a sack bunt, it may make somebody hurry and throw it away. If not, you get Kent to second with Gavin and Jace coming up and a chance to drive a run in and add to your lead.
Yeah. And maybe focus him with that bunt to try to...
Well, maybe not focus him, but maybe you give him something to feel good about walking out of the ballpark tonight.
Yeah, because the hit by pitch and he gets to third doing Chestnut things, right? That would have been another Chestnut thing for him. Luke McNelly is the new pitcher for the Florida Gators. Before we give you his numbers, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification all along the Texas A&M Sports Network. Thank you, Tony. Luke McNelly for Brandon Neely. A run is in. The Aggies have a 6-0 lead here in the top of the 9th. This is the College World Series debut for Luke McNeely. Pitched against Clemson, the Super Regional. A run on a hit in 2 innings. Pitched against Oklahoma State in the regional. Gave up a walk in the lone batter that he faced. And for Brandon Neely, pitching from behind, 3 innings, 3 runs. 3 innings, 2 runs, 3 hits. No walks, 6 strikeouts, Brawny 49 pitches. So 400, right? For all intents and purposes?
Yeah, 389.
Kent, the RBI single, he is at first. It's now 8 runs batted in for Caden. I'm sorry, that's now 10 runs batted in this postseason for Caden Kent. Driving in Camadeo, who tripled to lead off the 9th. First pitch swinging, and Grahovac clubs this into right center field. Where Jalen Guy, the right fielder, gives away. Michael Robertson, he must be getting paid by the putout to away.
I'll tell you what, I like that swing from Gavin. Swung at a heater, got a good barrel, hit it straight. He's had good at-bats tonight.
That's good news if they're playing in this weekend, right?
Sure. I hope Jace either hits this ball over the fence or doesn't put it in play at all.
Totally agree. 3 on the right side. Third baseman Dale Thomas to short. The shortstop Shelton to the right of second base. And a slider up and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Even the outfield is playing Laviolette to pull. Jace walked and scored in the first. Fly to left. 0 for 3 with that walk.
Yep, he went.
He committed. And a slider down and in. 1-1.
Pretty good from McNelly there. Another freshman arm for the Gators. So if you're an Aggie baseball fan and you kind of dive into this stuff, get ready to hear some of the names we've heard tonight for a few years to come.
Check swing high. I know there's no more East and West in the SEC, but if there were, with that pitching staff, you're going through Florida in the East.
Sure, for sure.
And I know Tennessee's in the East. I get it. But, woo, they've always had arms. Jace takes a slider for a strike. It's 2-2. Oh, I'm sorry. Adam Dowdy can do this game. I'd let him invoice Learfield.
Well, I think he said that's the top. I think that's one. He said that's the top to Jace.
2 balls, 2 strikes. To Laviolette. Kent leads from first. Pitch. Lays off. 3-2. With that hamstring. Question was Jace going to play? Was he going to be in the lineup? Was he going to be the DH? Was he going to be the right fielder? The right fielder tonight. Now they back up. 3-2. 2 outs. Kent, huge lead from first, and he's still walking towards second. Fly ball into center field. Robertson over towards right center. Underneath. Makes the grab. To the bottom of the 9th we go, and the Aggies add another run in the top of the 9th. Leadoff triple, Ali Camarillo. RBI single, Caden Kent. 6-0 Aggies. Bottom of the 9th is next. It's Aggie Baseball from Learfield.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what game days in Aggie land are all about. Slovacek's has been a part of the Aggie community since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Aggies have loved for decades. So the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Aggie land, look for Slovacek's at your local grocer or visit our store, featured on the Texas bucket list on I-35 in West. Slovacek's, the official sausage of Texas A&M Athletics.
This is Ryan Swope fighting Texas A&M class of 13. Now that I'm not catching footballs, I'm playing golf at the golf club at Texas A&M. The golf club at Texas A&M is an 18-hole championship golf course located in the shadows of Kyle Field. The club offers discounted rates to students, faculty, and staff of Texas A&M, as well as several membership options. To learn more, visit golfclubtamu.com or call the club at 979-845-1723. Thanks and gig 'em. The golf club at Texas A&M is a proud corporate partner of Texas A&M Athletics.
This is Tyrese, a.k.a. Boots Raffer.
This is Boots Landry, and you're listening to Aggie Baseball on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Can you not have Boots Radford be part of the rejoins? Hey, and Boots Landry. Aggies have the 6-0 lead. Defensive changes for A&M. Jace Laviolette comes out. Caden Sorrell from left to right. Gavin Grahovac from third to left. Caden Kent from second to third. Jack Bell, the second baseman. 6-0. Bottom of the 9th. Evan Aschenbeck.
Well, all that scrambling they did with the bullpen too, Andrew, and it's Aschenbeck who's got the ball here in the bottom of the 9th.
Jalen Guy is 7 for 48. Leading off, he's in for Ashton Wilson, who went back on that triple and collided with the pad in front of the Aggie bullpen in right field. First pitch to Guy is a fastball low, 1 ball, no strikes. Kent even with the bag at third. 6-0 Aggies. We're in the bottom of the 9th. Grahovac towards that left field line. The lefty Aschenbeck, the right-handed hitting Jalen Guy. 1-0. Over for a strike. It's 1-1. Aschenbeck winds. 1-1 home. Off the end of the bat, the roller to second where Jack Bell fields. Throws. 1 away.
Good for Jack Bell.
I felt the same way, Bronny.
Good for Jack Bell.
Dale Thomas, the scheduled hitter.
It's a big out. Look, you got a 6-run lead, but that's why I was surprised with what's at stake here. That I'm sure that they had their reasonings for trying to scramble the bullpen and get somebody hot, but with a chance to win a game and go to the College World Series Finals, how is it anybody else but 53 on the mound?
Here's Dale Thomas. 1 down, base is empty, bottom of the 9th, 6-0 A&M. Evans pitch, change, missed away. 1 ball and no strikes.
Dale Thomas giving Florida their best at-bats tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's 0 for 3, and yet he's been a challenge for Aggie pitchers. The 1-0 is too high. 2 balls and no strikes. Grahovac again now is deeper in left, but over towards the line. Chestnut shallow. Sorrell in right. Normal depth. And now Kent moves back at third. 2-0 the count to the right-handed hitting Dale Thomas. Pitch from Aschenbeck. High and away, it's 3-0.
Man, 3 big misses from Evan.
Thomas 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a line out, and a ground out. The line out and ground out to short.
No, it's up.
That's a 4-pitch walk to Dale Thomas.
It's not up either.
The batter is Brody Donay. Justin Lampkin struck him out twice. Josh Stewart struck him out. With 1 away, runner at first. 6-0 Aggies. Right-handed hitting Donay. Against the lefty Aschenbeck. Pitch. Fastball right down the heart for a strike. It's 0-1. Grahovac deep and left and towards the line. The 0-1.
Yep.
He went 0-2. High fastball. One out walk to Dale Thomas, held on by Burton. Aschenbeck comes set. Glove below the belt. The 0-2 home. Bouncing ball, Comedio at second. He'll throw to first. Howdy, College World Series Finals. The Aggies are going to championship weekend. The Dos Equis double play secures the 12th shutout of the season. And for the first time in history, this team is in the College World Series Finals. 6-0 Texas A&M. Oh, baby. Lampkin, Cortez, Stewart, Aschenbeck, the shutouts.
Shutout number?
12. Is that only fitting?
Incredible, man. You're almost at a loss for words. They're being held together with duct tape and grit. And they're going to play for the national championship.
They're undefeated in postseason play. They've been the visitors 5 out of 8 times. That's my little shot at the NCAA, right? And we get to read the Dos Equis liner, right? That inning-ending championship weekend clinching double play is a Dos Equis double play. No matter where you're watching this baseball season, be sure to buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis with a real one. Gigamags.
Great shot of Jim Schlossnagel, Mike Early, Max Weiner, Nolan Kane. Emotion from Braden Montgomery. Let me tell you this. The last time the University of Florida was shut out, do you know when it was?
No.
It was May 26th in 2022 against Texas A&M at the SEC tournament. 144
Micah
games.
Dallas.
144 games without being shut out.
Micah Dallas. And the first batter of that game sent Jordan Thompson to the wall.
That's right.
And then Dallas shut Florida out.
And we watched this A&M team do it to send themselves to play for the national championship. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time an A&M Big Three team, Big Three sports, has played for a national championship since 1939. If you want to talk about 1975 football, they entered the last weekend of the regular season with, again, had to beat Arkansas, and they dropped it. They were going to play for the national championship that year. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be, this is the first time an A&M team will play for a national championship since 1939.
4-hit shutout of the Florida Gators to get to championship weekend.
What did they do this morning against Kentucky?
15.
Allowed 15. It's sensational, man. How long are we going to sit up here in this booth and just say the same adjectives. I'll say this. I'm appreciative.
Yes, you are.
I'm appreciative that we get to watch this in this setting with these kids and these coaches and this fan base. They're not done. They've got more work to do. But this is the best Texas A&M sports team of my lifetime. This is the best Texas A&M sports team of your lifetime. This is the best Texas A&M sports team of Scott Clendenin's lifetime.
3 wins in Omaha.
Never been done.
Never been done. Never been done. 2 years ago, we were raving at the 2-2, as we should have. They got to the semifinals, right? But you talked about it. They were the final 3. That hadn't happened before. Now they're the final 2. That hadn't happened before.
And I do want to say a quick word. We're going to talk a lot about this club, but I'm sure Troy Claunch and Brett Minnick and Trevor Werner and Cole Kaler and Dylan Rock and Nathan Detmer and Micah Dallas and Jacob Polish.
And that athlete, Moo Menifee.
Austin Boast. They got to be smiling. They got to be grinning like the butcher's dog tonight.
They set this tone for Jim Schlossnagel's first team, right? That was the foundation. That was the expectation, right?
That's exactly right. And they changed the story. That team did. This team is capitalizing on the momentum that team built. This team is in a stratosphere of all their own now. And whatever happens against a super good Tennessee team.
Super good.
Both Texas A&M and the Tennessee Volunteers are worthy national champions. So it's all going to play out right here in front of us.
I think about, Schloss talked about that 22 team, and you had to have the right guys coming in. Claunch, Polish, Rock. And he's always said, look, I want guys like that. That's what he's got with the guys that they brought in. Appel, Schott, Burton, right?
Yeah.
He has that same type of character.
I don't want to cut you off, but you just missed the Texas A&M logo, the TV here in the booth, cut to Scott Van Pelt. And the Texas A&M logo is right there to start his show. So what this does for the visibility of the program, there's not one living room that this coaching staff won't be able to walk into over the next month and a half and have a real discussion about those kids coming to play baseball at Texas A&M.
Every other coach is going, oh, God. Schloss just, Nolan has this, Michael has this, Max has this.
And Schloss's illustrious and storied career, he's never done this.
No. He was 1 win away, right, against Coastal Carolina. He keeps talking. Now, that's not what drives him. But he knows, hey, we were here, and I didn't do it. But, he's always going to defer, right?
Yeah. And what have we said about Texas A&M sports? When we're talking mostly about football and baseball. Like, everybody calls Texas A&M football the sleeping giant, and you could view that through the baseball lens as well. But we're seeing the potential now. Like, this Texas A&M baseball program is touching the ceiling. They got real close in 2022. Now they're touching it. They haven't grabbed onto it and busted through it yet, but they're touching it. 2 out of 3 years in Omaha, 2 out of 3 years in the Final Four, and a national championship series appearance now. The trajectory of this program has totally changed. And it's not easy to do. I'm not on this I'm not on this headset saying that this is now the expectation. It's so hard to get here.
Right.
It's so stinking hard.
Right.
But your goal is to put together a roster, a clubhouse, a dugout, a coaching staff that can get you here. Get to the promised land and win games. Can you do that consistently? This coaching staff, you'd have to give that a big old fat check mark. It's a great blend. These guys are all going to be head coaches someday, these assistant coaches. And we don't talk about the job that Jason Hutchins done and has done at Texas A&M baseball for a long time. What about Chuck Box? I don't know how much you are familiar with what Chuck Box does for this program, but he's essentially Schloss's right-hand man.
Yep.
He meets with people. He's a liaison for the program. When the DeMarini guy comes in and he wants to see how A&M's using the bats, Chuck Box runs all of that. And then you have Will Fox, who played for Schloss at TCU, finished his career at McNeese, started coaching down there, moved back from Montgomery, moves back to the area with his wife, and he starts coaching. And everybody you talk to about Will Fox is like, hey, this young kid's a stud.
He is bright.
He's a super bright kid that understands the game of baseball at a high level. So from top to bottom, the staff is A+.
Yeah, this isn't going to be one of those, it's going to shine brightly and fade out. This is built.
And Josh Kiesel. Josh Kiesel, the work he's done in kind of transforming this ball club, And this is his first time working in college baseball. It's Max Wiener's first time working in college baseball. You have to say that Schloss got him all right. He rolled the dice with some guys that had never coached or trained in this arena, and he got it right.
Yep.
Got it right.
Right guy, right time. Jim Schlossnagle.
And right kids.
And the right kids. We still have a post game to come, wrapping up this 6-0 Aggie shutout of the Florida Gators. Oh, yeah, our SeatGeek next game, Saturday against Tennessee. It is an all-SEC final. The Aggies and the Tennessee Volunteers. We'll set that up. We've got highlights. Will Johnson's